It's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not gonna be friendly to us.
Chufti once toys, Chufti once toys, Chufti once toys.
Ellie, boot up the door locks.
It's a unit system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything. I gotta find the right file. Oh, this is it. This might be the right file.
I don't want you on this game right now.
What are you talking about?
You've been on kill 'em up games all day and all yesterday.
It's because our new favorite game.
I don't like it. You know.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file. This isn't the right file. This might be the right file.
Let me decide. Don't send me emails during my ban.
This isn't the right file. This might be the right file. This isn't the right file. You got it! Yes!
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
This is it.
Some ate plants, some ate meat, some ate fish, and some ate beets. Well, hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Paleo dance, paleo dance, paleo dance, paleo dance.
And thank you to Snowfall right there for those 15 months. And holy cow, do I appreciate that, Niffler. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you very, very much. And then earlier, Chalice of Choice gave, what was it, 245 bits?
The infant?
I appreciate that very
The
much.
adult.
Ontogeny.
And thank you, Kodali, for the 23 months of support. I really appreciate that. Hang on a minute. There we go. Now it's working. I made some changes to the streaming setup yesterday, and the pause and play music button is now working. Let's hope it stays working. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. It's so good to have you here. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend.
No other creature in the world looks like a half-plucked turkey and walks like a pot-bellied bear.
That Victorious does. Thank you for the 19 months of support. I really appreciate that, Victorious. Thank you. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. Shoot, where are my manners? Hang on a sec. Let's get this where it should be. If anybody's new here, then, an extra special welcome to them. It is great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, as you can probably guess, looking at my office here. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and what I dig up during the summers. This past summer, I was out in the field digging up dinosaurs in western Wyoming and eastern Utah, in the late Cretaceous Almond Formation in Wyoming and the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation in Utah. With a crew of other paleontologists and volunteers, we dug up at least 3 new species of dinosaur this past summer, and the cool thing about that is that we were actually broadcasting that live on Twitch. So check out the YouTube page if you want to see those recordings of live paleontological excavations out in the Badlands of Western North America. It was a tremendous privilege to be able to stream that live to do that kind of science outreach because, well, that's what I do full time. When I'm not out in the field, when I'm not digging up dinosaurs, I'm here in my office, talking about fossil science, trying to peel back the curtain and show you how paleontology actually works. To answer your questions, try and give you an insider's perspective on fossil science, on natural history, on extinction and evolution, and this grand pageant of life on our incredible planet Earth. I'm here to talk to you about that. Hopefully I can help inspire a passion for the natural world in at least a few of you watching right now. So with that being said, if any of you have got any questions about dinosaurs in particular, because that's what I actually work on, or more broadly about the fossil record in general, or about natural history, or about science and how it works, please do not hesitate to ask those questions. That's what these streams are all about. I'm here to answer them for you. So yeah, with that having been said, today we're going to be talking about a brand new dinosaur, just published last week, and an old friend of mine is one of the authors on the paper, Jade Simon. Eventually I'd like to bring her on, well, sooner rather than later, I'd like to bring her on as an interviewee on this channel. But for now we're just going to talk about the paper. We're going to talk about oviraptorosaurs, we're going to talk about dinosaur diversity at the end of the Age of Dinosaurs. And then we'll see if we've got time to get into other fossil news as well, in between all of your questions. Before any of that, though, we're going to do a game of Metazoa also. But before we get to Metazoa, I'm going to go through chat. We'll see who's here. We'll do some greetings. Kodali, how are you doing? Welcome, Kodali. Seems you might have been first today. How you doing, Kodali? Hope you had a wonderful weekend. The Dinosaur Dave says, we didn't break the streak. Oh, for Metazoa? Yeah, So I was actually on my way...
But we bit off more than we could chew!
Well.
It's evolution and their 6 raiders should have taken a smaller bite.
It's evolution. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. We're going to be talking about a brand new dinosaur in a little bit, so you've come in at the perfect time, right toward the beginning of the stream. I hope your own stream was excellent. It's evolution. Tell me about it. Tell me how it went. And I will get to your message eventually. I'm going to try and make my way quickly down through chat. We're doing greetings right here at the beginning of the stream. But thank you again for the raid. It's evolution. I appreciate you. Thank you. Dinosaur Dave, yeah, I just remembered about Metazoa on Saturday night when I was driving Lordy and Ios back from the airport. They were on vacation last week, and I went to go pick them up and got home, and I'm like, oh shoot, can't break my streak. And then I saw your message on Blue Sky as well when I went to go post the score, so thank you for that, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you. Yeah. We've got 2 Metazoas to do today, by the way. Trappy Jenkins, how are you doing? Howdy, Trappy. It's good to see ya. Steely Dan says dinosaurs are fantastic. I'd be inclined to agree. Steely Dan, welcome back. Go for Fluffernut. Howdy. Phoenix, the archaeologist, bonsoir to you as well. I'm glad you're here. Hope you had a good weekend. We've got Sir Steggles. How are you doing? Howdy. Thank you, by the way, for those 5 months of support. I really appreciate it. And a 10-stream stream from Dinosaur Dave, not too shabby. Paleo Lord, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Welcome back. We've got Alex Speed75. Howdy. I hope you're doing well. Grim Deviant. I Want a Niffler, the Texas Cryptid. Okay to play all day. And Itsy Bitsy Bones, who appears to be new here. Welcome, all of you, back to Paleontologizing. And Itsy Bitsy Bones, welcome for the first time. You said a friend told you about the channel? It's good to have you here. I hope you stick around. Let me know if you've got any questions. And by the way, I really like that Mosasaur emote. That's really nice. Itsy Bitsy Bones. It's good stuff. Love a good Mosasaur. Ghostly Ghoul, how are you doing? Howdy. Ash Rubber, what's shaking? Azure Fire, I dig those dancing turtles. That's nice. Neilf and Amelia Bedelia, Lilith Hobo and It Then Did, and Chalice of Choice. How are you all doing? welcome back, and happy Monday to you. I hope your week is already off to a good start. And if there's anything that I can do to help improve the start of your week through perhaps some discussion of fossil science, you let me know. Oh, look at these little guys. Oh, Niffler.
6 months.
Look at all those chickens.
You've encouraged me to start doing metazoa myself. I've learned so much hanging out here.
Oh, that is super cool, Niffler. That is super cool. Holy cow. Yeah, Metazoa can be a lot of fun, and it's surprising how much you can learn from a game like that. Yeah. That just warms my heart, knowing that being here is, like I said, helped build a passion in you for the natural world. That means a lot to me. That's super cool, Niffler. And thank you, by the way, for the 6 months of support. That is excellent. Getting us closer to that Partner Plus goal. I appreciate that very much. Matt M33 says, Tradoon to all, and to you as well, Matt M33. I'm glad you're back. It's good to see you, as always. And the Mayor of Space says, oh, hi, are you ready for another fun Thursday, Bird? Yeah, it is only Monday, Mayor of Space. We've got 4 more days until Thursday, Bird.
Would have been about 15.5 meters.
What's the difference between a hippo and a zippo? One is really heavy, the other is a little lighter.
That's a solid joke there, Cephalon Wolf. I like that. I'm gonna have to remember that one. Pun jokes don't always make me chuckle. That one did. Congrats, Cephalon Wolf. That's a rare achievement. Congrats. Duck Admirer, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. The Mayor of Space says we have no time to browse Twitch. The door locks. Here you go, Mayor of Space. From the cold open video. Hugan9129, how are you doing, Hugan? Welcome, welcome. It was cool running into you in Snail Chasers chat last night, Hugan. My friend, good friend from childhood, Snail Chaser, was streaming last night, streaming some, Morrowind or something. I forget what the game's called. Skyrim. That's what he was playing. Yeah. Miss Yvette, hello to you too. Welcome, welcome. PSI Bouncer says, it's a Unix system. I know this. Yeah, PSI Bouncer, how are you doing? Welcome. Kinamara, good to see you too. I hope you're doing well. And Moonrise Rabbit says, it's cold outside. If you're cold, your dromaeosaur is cold. Bring them inside. And there you go. Yeah. It's good to have you here. And yeah, and what happened with chat? Shoot, why is this? Hang on a second. Thanks for pointing that out, Miss Yvette. Let me get this adjusted. We've got to refresh the cache of the current page, I think. That should do it. I've been having all kinds of OBS issues the past few days. I don't know. Somebody type some stuff into chat. We'll see if... There we go. It's working now. See? Right over here. It's working now. Yeah. And there's... Yes, exactly, Hugan. Congrats for getting that right.
Tradoon.
Oh, and Stavros, thank you for the 10 months of support. I do appreciate that very much. Yeah, there we go indeed. Thank you for your continued support, Stavros, with those primes. It means a lot to me. It does. Thank you for your support. But yeah, this is indeed a Daphosaurus. I printed this last week. An Edaphosaurus model. There's a sculptor online who does some really, really excellent 3D models like this. And I do some sculpting myself too, but I don't always have time for that kind of thing nowadays, especially with, you know, teaching on the weekends as I've been doing. And so I figured we should probably get some non-dinosaurian representation here in the background, so this lovely Edaphosaurus here will be part of that. I haven't quite finished this yet. I might fill in some of these... I might fill in this seam here with water putty. And fill in these parts where the sail was a little too thin. And then paint it bronze after smoothing it. We'll see. We'll see. But for right now, I think it looks pretty good. Edaphosaurus. Not Dimetrodon, but Edaphosaurus. Neither one of those is a dinosaur, by the way. This critter is much more closely related to mammals like you and me than it is to any dinosaur. This is what we call a synapsid. This is it's on the mammal side of the amniote clade, if that makes sense. But yeah. And Mayor Space, yeah. Don't make fun of Ellie Sattler, my goodness. Laura Dern is a treasure, and I will never hear anything bad about her. But yeah. And Miss Yvette says, did you get a haircut? I did. I got a haircut last week. Last Wednesday. You might have been the first person to notice it right now, actually, Miss Yvette. But yeah, I also just took a shower a little while ago, so my hair looks a little different. But yeah, got a haircut last Wednesday. But yeah. And let's see here. I feel like every week we have a new animal, says Sir Steggles. Every week we have a new animal. What do you mean? Metazoic should be every day. But yeah. And Chulao, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Sorry it took me a minute to get to your message, but going through all of chat at the beginning of stream. Chulao says, amazing, I'm here writing a paper describing a new species of very small invertebrates. Ooh, extinct or extant, Chulao? Probably extant. What kind of small invertebrates? If we're to go by the numbers, what are the most speciose groups of invertebrates? Probably beetles, wasps, I don't know, nematodes? Anyway, Chulao, it's great to have you here. Welcome. I hope you're still here. Again, it's been a minute since you typed that message in, I'm sure. Mayor Space is making my way down chat, scrolling past, screen name is past, and I'm homebound. Here you go, Mayor Space. There you go. Hard Luck Clutch has returned to us as well. Welcome back, Hard Luck. It's good to see you here. Hope you had a good weekend. Jaded Fairy, did I say hello to you yet? Welcome, Jaded Fairy. And this is the new feathered dinosaur they found at Hell Creek. So yeah, well, in this case, Hell Creek isn't really a place. It's a geological formation in this sense. There is a place called Hell Creek in Garfield County, Montana. I've done a lot of work around there. But the Hell Creek means the Hell Creek Formation, which stretches across... And I'm really nitpicking here, so forgive me. Mayor Space is just singing this song. Marika, thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Welcome back, Marika. Thank you for your ongoing support. It does mean a lot. Those primes... they count for something, so thank you. Hell Creek Formation map. There we go. So yeah. So the stuff in that... Oop. Hang on, sorry. Afuera. There we go. I was trying to calibrate my cameras earlier, so I gotta put them side by side. The Hell Creek Formation is here highlighted in this light green. So it goes across North Dakota and South Dakota, Wyoming, and Montana. In Wyoming, the Hell Creek is usually called the Lance Formation, but it's roughly equivalent. There's something... yeah. Some of the Hell Creek is a little bit... well, temporally, it doesn't always match up entirely when it's called the Lance... Anyway. For the intents and purposes that matter right now, this is the Hell Creek Formation. They're in green. Oh yeah, nearly every Tyrannosaurus specimen or Triceratops specimen ever found was found in that green there. Much of it up in here. This is where I've done a ton of field work just south of Fort Peck Lake in Garfield County, Montana, north of the town of Jordan. And then I worked up here as well, north of Fort Peck Lake, down in Valley County, working in the Hell Creek on the American Prairie Reserve back in 2015, 2016. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah, the Hell Creek Formation. And I'm pretty sure that's where our new dinosaur is from. Yeah, it is from the Hell Creek. It's like a late Maastrichtian Oviraptorosaur. Eoneophron is the name of this critter. We're going to talk about it in a little bit. John Paphonis is back. What's up, dude? How are you doing? Welcome back, John. It's good to see you here. Howdy, howdy. Hope things are good. Hope you had a good weekend. Welcome back. And Tabanji. Uh-oh, what have you encountered here? Look at those raiders getting smashed.
Tevonji and their 16 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, Tabanji. How are you doing? It is good to have you here. And thank you, Octochyrophant, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Octochyrophant. So that means 8-arm... whatever fant means. Elephant. I don't know what the root word there in elephant means. But it's good to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Tabanji, how did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. For those of you who are maybe new, if you just came into the raid, or you're otherwise, you just kind of stumbled in, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. We're going to be discussing a brand new dinosaur, just published last week in a little bit. So, yeah, it's good to have you here. Anyway, yeah. Sir Stegel says, speaking of mosasaur, wasn't a new one described recently with evidence of a dorsal fin? Yes, indeed. From North Dakota, I believe. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. It's funny, like, a few years ago we realized that mosasaurs, the really derived ones, later on in the Cretaceous, probably had, like, a fishy tail fluke. Now some of them seem to have had dorsal fins as well. These things are looking more and more like, I don't know, like killer whales. Pretty cool to think about, and it makes a lot of sense also when you think about it. Alright, who else we got in chat? Moonrise Rabbit.
Reaganation gifted 6 months.
And Reaganation, thank you for gifting to Bungie. I appreciate that, Reaganation. I really do.
Months in the channel.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah. And Moonrise Rabbit says, I sold my first Sinosauropteryx plushie in my shop. The listing wasn't even live for 20 minutes. People want the Sinos. It's one of my favorite dinosaurs, Moonrise Rabbit. We have emotes of them here. If you're a tier 2 or tier 3 subscriber, they're wonderful. I love Sinosauropteryx. It's just really cool that we can... The idea that we can determine the coloration of an extinct Mesozoic dinosaur is super, super exciting.
Tradoon.
And thank you, Chulao14, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Moonrise Rabbit also says, got to educate my brother about synapsids this week. Great teaching moment for 2 dinosaur crazy adults. That's awesome. Moonrise Rabbit, that is awesome. That's pretty cool. Ghostly Ghoul says, looking snazzy. Thank you. Yeah. I brought this shirt with me into the shower today because it was wrinkled, and the steam helped get rid of some of those wrinkles. That, and also made some alterations to the camera here. iOS encouraged me to do some tinkering with the settings on the camera, so it should be clearer, less fuzzy, more crisp, and just a better viewing experience overall. So shout out to iOS, thank you for that. But yeah. And its evolution says Chulao is a zoologist specialized in
50,000 a year has been well spent.
gastro, which is interesting.
Congratulations on making the PPP goal, well earned and much deserved. I don't say it as often as I should, but thank you for creating a safe space to be curious and learn.
Oh.
Appreciate you, Danny.
Golganek, thank you so much for your kind words. I appreciate that tremendously. I really do, Golganek. Thank you. That's excellent. Golganek. And it's, in part, thanks to you. Not just that tier 3 sub there, Golganek, but also just your continued support overall. You're being here day in, day out, just being part of this community, keeping things positive and welcoming and everything else, so really appreciate you, Golganek. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. It's wonderful to have you here, as always. But yeah. Its evolution says, Chulao is a zoologist specialized in gastroreaches. Gastrotricha. I'm not familiar with that clade, but let's look it up. It almost sounds like gastropods. Gastro. Oh, interesting. Commonly referred to as hairy bellies or hairy backs, gastrotriches are a group of microscopic, cylindrical, acoelomate animals and are widely distributed and abundant in freshwater and marine environments. They look like this. Well. Very cool. I have to admit, I'm not familiar with this clade. This is neat. We're gonna have to look up a video on these guys and check them out. But yeah. Star King says, Arthropoda, how you doing, Star King? Welcome. Nematodes are everywhere science streams, it's true. But this is really cool, Chulao. This is really cool. We're gonna have to check those critters out. See if we can find a YouTube video on them. Bahasmancer, how are you doing? Howdy. Tabanji says stream was good. How are you today? I'm doing well, Tabanji. I'm doing well. Was able to start mostly on time today, which is nice. Had a good weekend. A busy weekend. I was streaming, or not streaming, excuse me. Wasn't streaming this weekend. I was almost like streaming, but without a camera. I was teaching on Saturday. A group of kiddos about dinosaurs. Plant-eating dinosaurs were our subject matter on Saturday morning, and it was good. Yeah, it's nice to get back into teaching in person, you know. But yeah, I'm not 3D printing anything at the moment, Relo Rolo. I had a bunch of other stuff to do this morning and didn't get on that, but I should. You know, I should really print the end of that Triceratops tail. The baby Triceratops tail. I should do that and get that done. But I haven't done it yet. And Phoenix says, today I learned that killer whales don't show their dorsal fin on their skeleton, unlike sharks. Wow, yeah, isn't that cool, Phoenix? The skeleton of an orca doesn't actually, the only fins that are obvious from the skeleton are the pectoral fins. The hand flippers. Here's a skeleton of an orca right here. That's not going to embiggen. Let's try this one. Yeah. Or that one right there. Yeah, it's pretty cool to think about that, like, if we only had fossils of these critters, a big portion of their anatomy would be largely unknown to us. We would have to, like, infer the presence of a dorsal fin and that caudal fluke and stuff like that. And that big melon on the head. Because the skull is pretty long and low like this. Yeah. So that big bulbous melon that they have on it, that's got the echolocatory apparatus inside, that's all soft tissue. It's not obvious from the skeleton. Cool to think about. Yeah. Anyway, and I did Metazuno spoiler. Thank you, Miss Yvette. Thank you. Yeah. Since you have orcas in captivity with flopped dorsal fins? Yeah, Azurfire, yeah. And oh yeah, and Bubsy, I do have affiliate links on Amazon here. I've got one for the keyboard. For this keyboard. There we go. So if you want to get yourself a wooden keyboard and mouse, which people are always commenting on these, saying they really like them, you could do that and help support my work a little bit if you're interested in getting a keyboard like that. Yeah. Anywho, let's watch a quick little video on gastrotriches, if we can find a video on them. Let's try this right here. Here, give me a second. Let me get this set up properly for viewing. There we go. And here we are.
We wanted to let you know, here at the top of today's episode, that Journey to the Microcosmos is now on TikTok. Your full-length, full-size Mac Talk, where we are.
Yeah, and Niffler, we're going to do Metazua twice today, because I got to do Sundays and Mondays. Dormir Bell, good to see you. Mysterious Shark, howdy howdy. It's good to have you here. Yeah. I've never seen this channel before, Steely Dan, but...
Given the many fascinating single-celled organisms that we have seen on our journey through the microcosmos, it would be easy to mistake this for yet another fascinating spiky ciliate. Perhaps something related to a suctorian, but with an unusually giant organelle pulsating within its boundaries. But this is not a single-celled organism. This is an egg, which is also a...
This isn't Hank from Science Hank, is it?
Incredible. Whether they are kept within the confines of their mother or, as with this one, released into the world. The egg
is Hank. Oh,
is all about what comes next. Within its confines are cells that divide and differentiate, gathering in numbers while creating their own individual identities that will become organs and tissue in the animal to come. And you can see the animal moving around in its egg, restless and perhaps ready to hatch. And when it does, it will take on the cumulative
Deepwater science goes crazy. Apparently, it's evolution.
Cells.
Yeah.
In this case, an animal that we call the gastrotrick.
Gastrotrick. That's how you say it. Okay. Gastrotrick. So, gastro obviously means guts or stomach. But trick, that's got to be the same root word as in like trichinosis or... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what that suffix means. He'll probably talk about it.
The gastrotrick has long been a personal favorite microbe of several members of the Journey to the Microcosmos crew. They were one of the first microbes we dedicated an entire episode to, and many of us came away charmed by their hairy, dragon-shaped bodies. But while we were able to see a lot with the microscopes we had at the time, James, our master of microscopes, has made some significant upgrades since then, thanks in part to the support of many of you, and this means that we are now able to see gastrotricks in a whole new light. So while before we could see the hair traveling down the length of their bodies and even make out the organs within them, now it's like you can touch them. Like if you run your finger along them, you will feel the prickle of scales and the feathery brush of hairs against your skin. And to be honest,
so cool.
That was our main reason for wanting to revisit them today. But while we are here, perhaps we should revisit the gastrotrick more generally. If you haven't watched that first video or just want a refresher, feel free to take a moment to watch it now. We will still be here when you're done. But if you'd rather stick around, the main thing you need to know is that we titled that episode 4-Day-Old Grandmothers, because for some gastrotrick...
That sounds like a particularly salacious reality television show. Yeah, wasn't there an MTV show called Teen Grandma or something like that? Yeah.
Trick species. Reproduction operates on a very rushed timeline. Those species are members of the order Chitonida, which sets them in contrast
Hey,
to
ouch, ouch.
the
I've
other
never
order
heard of this
Gastroctrix,
channel before, but this is
the
great.
Macrodiciata.
I like this a
While
lot.
almost
I think this actually kind of reminds me, sorry to interrupt again, but it kind of reminds me of here on Twitch, we've got some microscopy channels.
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Hi, everybody.
Feist, thank you for those 34 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And, oh, hang on a minute. Here. Let's try and correct this real quick. I think I know how to fix this. Or maybe I don't. Oh, shoot. There we go. Okay. Changed around the permissions for some of the programs on the Stream Deck, and that's just messed things up. It's caused a cascade of malfunctions.
Disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Paleo dance.
Extinct. It's true, Ridla. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Thanks for keeping me from going extinct for that long. Feist, 34 months is a really long time, too. Holy cow. Thank you, Feist. I appreciate you. And you're the first one to have triggered that new alert. There's no such thing as a Rosetta Stone in science. My old boss, Jack Horner. But yeah. And yeah, Studio Cornix, like I was saying, for people who do microscopy here on Twitch. Studio Cornix, Pacific Plankton, Diatom's Attack, also science streams. There's something about looking through a microscope at very small things that just kind of inspires a certain sort of quiet, relaxed calmness. It's almost meditative. And that's the same kind of vibe that I'm getting from this video so far, and I like it. Yeah. Archaeology would like to have a word about the... Well, there you go. Phoenix the archaeologist, yeah. I don't know. I know a few archaeologists in my personal life, but they're all more on the humanities side of archaeology. There are archaeologists who are trained in science proper. But you would admit that it's a discipline where, it's like as a paleontologist, you can either be more on the biological side of things or more on the geological side of things sometimes. I'm much more on the biological side of things. I'm not a very proficient geologist. Much of my work on dinosaurs is more from a biological point of view. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. Anyway, Weird Adult says, do people from Orlando, Florida not have a southern accent? They don't. The further south you go in Florida, the further north the accents are. The further north you go in Florida, the more like deep south you get, if that makes sense. But yeah. By contrast, a lot of people in Montana have a southern accent because their parents or grandparents emigrated there from places like Georgia and Alabama and Mississippi. But anyway, yeah. But anyway, Weird Adult. Yeah, Hank is great, and he does have a great voice. And like I was saying, it really works with the vibe here.
All Gastroctrix across both orders can reproduce sexually. The Chetinids have an additional approach, parthenogenesis. This means that they are able to form an embryo from an unfertilized egg. The reason we're revisiting the specifics of Gastroctric reproduction is because it might be related to another fundamental difference between Chetinids and Macrodicioids, their habitats. Chetinids are largely found in freshwater, while Macrodicioids are mostly found in marine waters. Scientists have long wondered just how Gastroctrix found themselves in these different environments. It's generally accepted that the order Macrodiciata is older than the order Chitonida. That suggests that Gastrotrix began as an order of marine animals, which then went through some evolutionary pathway that transitioned some of them to freshwater life.
Cool stuff. I love that, you know, he's always got a historical, evolutionary kind of perspective in the stuff that he does. I really appreciate that about Hank Green, and yeah. Maybe one of these days, if we're really lucky, we can bring him on here as an interviewee. But yeah. Its Evolution says crazy hairy bellies. Yeah, aren't they cool? Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, there's a link to that video if you would like to watch the rest of it. But Gastrotrix, pretty neat. Pretty neat. As I promised you, we're going to get into our brand new dinosaur today, but before we do that, before we even touch on that, really, we got to get through our first round of Metazoa for the day. I actually remembered for once to play Metazoa on Saturday, so I didn't break my streak. But yeah, I got Saturday's animal and only 3 guesses. That was excellent. It was a lemur, I think. Yeah. That strategy of picking a placental mammal at the outset really seemed to work. Anyway, for today, let's do today's round of Metazoa. So, the point of this game is to guess the mystery animal of the day in as few guesses as possible by kind of narrowing things down on, you know, the evolutionary tree of life. It's a lot like the game Wordle, if you're familiar with that. So, without further ado, let's get into it.
Hold on to your butts.
All right. So, mystery animal today. What is it gonna be? Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. Give me the name of a Wolverine. I like that, Phoenix the Archaeologist. I like that. Let's do Wolverine here. And see, this is why you start with a placental mammal. They are overrepresented in this game. So yeah, we know it's a Boroeutherian mammal. Let me show you what that means on our other tree of life over here. So, let's jump into the mammals, which includes us. As human beings, we ourselves are mammals. Mammals right there. Monotremes, Therian mammals, marsupials, but when we move further up the tree, we get to the placental mammals. When I'm doing Metazoa, I always start with the placental mammal, because it usually is some kind of placental mammal. But we know this is some kind of Boroeutherian, but we have even more information than that, actually, if we're clever about it. Because I guessed, what? Wolverine. Wolverines are kind of carnivoran. So there's a split right here at Boroeutheria. You can take a right and go up into Euarchontoglyra, which is us, as humans, as primates, plus rodents and rabbits and critters like that too. Or you could take a left and get to the carnivorans, bats, hedgehogs, and more. That clade is called Laurasiatheria. This is where we would find our Wolverine. It would be up here in the dog-like carnivorans. But the way that this game works is it'll show you the most exclusive clade, the most exclusive group that includes your animal and the mystery animal of the day. And in this case, Boroeutheria is as close as we got. Which tells us that it's not going to be in this group. It's not going to be a Laurasiatheria, or else it would have said Laurasiatheria. Instead it says Boroeutheria, which tells us that we got to take a right here and go up into Uarchontoglires. Uarchontoglires. So, we can either take a left right here into Uarchonta, or take a right into Glires. Notice how that name, Uarchontoglires, that's just a combination of Uarchonta and Glires. Yeah. So what I'm going to do here is let's search for some kind of primate over here. Or the relatives, creatures too. Let's search a primate. Give me the name of a primate, chat. And we'll see if it's one of those, or if it's not, it'll be over in Glires. Mayor Space's orangutan. Orangutan. Let's search that. And nope. What this tells us is that it's not within Uarchonta. So we can cross off this clade. It's not a Uarchontan. It's got to be some sort of rodent-like animal, including rodents. Neuroscience PhD, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, and they don't have Neanderthals on this tree, unfortunately. This is only extant creatures. Oh yeah, yeah. So since it didn't take us into Uarchonta over here, we know that it's going to be within Glires, rodents and rabbits. So let's look here. Rodents, this is unfortunately one of the most speciose groups within Mammalia. There's over 2,000 species of mammals, of rodents, excuse me. So I don't know. Let's search for a rodent real quick, and hopefully we can decipher that it's not a rodent, because otherwise it's gonna be a lot of guessing. I hope it's from this group, Lagomorpha, which is the rabbits and their relatives. But we shall see. Let's go back to here and let's search kangaroo rat. Or I saw capybara earlier in the chat. Let's do capybara. Thank you to whoever posted that in the chat. Capybara. No! 2,000 species of rodents. We got lucky there. That wasn't even just skill. That was luck. Skill only counts for so much, you know? That's pretty excellent. What did we get this in?
Oh, what is the answer? A prehistoric monster. Well, what do we make of this one?
And Dormir Bell.
Woo, continue the streak.
Thank you for the 5 months of support, Dormir. I really appreciate that. How are you doing? It's good to have you here. Mayor Spaces, I promise I haven't played this already? Okay. Well, we're gonna get another chance. In less than an hour. Santosh F. Santosh, thank you for those 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. Dormir and Santosh, appreciate you both very much. Thanks for keeping me here on the air with your continued support. It means a lot. We got today's and 3 guesses? That's pretty stellar. Almost as stellar as these 5 gift subs from Dormir Bell. I really appreciate that.
Dormir Bell is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you. Thank you for that. There's 5 people in chat who now won't have to worry about any ads for the next 30 days. In fact, that'll take them through the entire month of February. Will it not? Well, almost. Not too shabby, Dormir Bell. Not too shabby. Thank you very much for your generosity and your support. That means a lot. It does. Science makes me smile. Makes me smile too. And I'm sure those gift subs have made some chatters here smile. Thank you, Dormir, for your generosity. Good stuff. Good stuff. 3 guesses. That's pretty stellar. That's pretty stellar. Yeah. I wonder what's my average nowadays? Here. Average guess is 5.5. That's pretty excellent. That's pretty excellent. Holy cow. Wow. Wow. It's cool what you can do when you've got an understanding of phylogeny and you've got the resources to be able to, you know, to make good judgment calls about that kind of thing. And Mayor Space says, when we land on an animal at the end of Metazoa, we should do a shallow dive into that animal. I like that, Mayor Space. Not literally, but, yeah. Since our animal was the capybara today, oh man, we're going to be talking all about rodents later this week. On Friday, you bet your ever-growing incisors we're going to be talking about rodents for Groundhog Day. But let's talk for a minute about capybaras.
This creature swims like a hippo with its ears,
Because it is a hippo. Funny how that works.
eyes, and nostrils remaining above water. It chews like a camel from side to side
That is a
rather
camel.
than up and down.
Oh, I get
It
it.
has been mistaken for a pig, barks like a dog, and is equally at home on land and in the water. Any
But not in the
guesses?
sky.
It may be time.
You already know what it is, chat. No, it's not Lordy Fall Machine. Lordy is not equally at home on land and in the water. She can swim, but yeah. Oh wait, no, Lordy's here. Hey, Lordy, I hope you're resting up. I hope you're feeling a bit better. But yeah, it's good to see you, Lordy. It's good to see you. Not the strongest swimmer though. Yeah. Anyway, the mystery animal is not Lordy. It is
Time to put on your thinking cap. This is the capybara.
yeah, capybara, which according to the Catholic Church at one point was a fish. Like, not a fish in the sense that it's a sarcopterygian fish like all tetrapods are. They like classified it as like an osteichthyon, actinopterygian fish, apparently. Anyway, the Willy Wheels, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you here. An ecology stream here on Twitch? Well, we encompass ecology here on Paleontologizing. But this is a paleontology channel, hence Paleontologizing. But yeah, there's a good dollop of ecology that we talk about here on this channel too, and we'll be talking about that extra hard today, actually. We've got a brand new dinosaur to discuss in a little while with cool ecological implications. This dinosaur from the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs is an indicator that dinosaurs were not on the decline at the end of the Cretaceous period, before the big extinction event. They were doing just fine. Dinosaur biodiversity was strong. It was high. So we'll be talking about that in a little bit. But we just did Metazoa. Capybara was the answer for today. Sorry, spoilers. So we're talking about capybaras for a minute here. Yeah. Anyway, Willy Wheels, it's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Stay tuned for our new dinosaur.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic. When you think of rodents, you probably think of rats, squirrels, and other small creatures. Well, make room for the king of rats. The capybara is the
rat
largest
king.
rodent in the world.
It's not
with
actually a
an average
rat.
adult weighing over 50
But they are rodents.
kilograms. That's 60 times more massive than their closest living relative, the rock cavy.
Huh.
The capybara is the last.
And actually, let's look at them real quick. Let's look up capybara on the Tree of Life. Let's find that rock cavy right next to them. So this is
Just ask
all of life on Earth.
He'll tell you that in nature.
And Willy Wheels, thank you for the follow. Good stuff. Yeah. Capybara. Hydrochirus. Hydrochirus. It's got one of those names that's so nice you say it twice. And the lesser capybara is the closest living relative that diverged about 5 million years ago. Holy cow. And then chinchilla rat. Where's the rock cavy? Ooh, I think this actually disagrees with what Danielle was saying there in that video. Patagonian cavy. Interesting. Interesting. Well, you know, taxonomy is often in flux. Doesn't stand still for long when you get new data.
Last remnant of a long
yeah.
line of gigantic
And there you go,
grass-eating
Risadego, yeah.
rodents that evolved in South America over millions
Corsair.
of years ago. When
And Gucci Gouda, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, welcome.
explorers first observed capybaras in the wild, they were mistaken for relatives of pigs. Today, we know they are more closely related to guinea pigs than to Babe, the gallant pig. Their name actually originates from the indigenous South American Tupi language, which in the 16th century was the most widespread language in the continent. The word capybara comes from the Tupi word capiguara, meaning grass eater.
Is that right?
Capybaras
Okay.
are in the Hydrochirus genus,
In
along
science
with
streams?
the lesser capybara,
Nice.
which, as you might have
good to
guessed,
have you
is smaller at about half the size. Capybaras, sometimes shortened to cappies, can be found in Central and South America, wherever
Central America,
standing
too.
water is readily available.
I guess up through Panama?
Water is an absolutely vital resource for capybaras. In fact, these semi-aquatic creatures have several adaptations to life in bodies of water.
Ooh, don't tell me. I think I know. They've got webbed digits. I think they've got ears that can close up underwater. They've got powerful limbs for swimming. And something to do with their eyes too, I want to say. Eyes toward the top of their head. Sort of looking up. They're in the water, I think. Gills and a propeller. No, not quite. Dinosaur Day for Hash Rubber.
They have small eyes, noses, and hairless ears located high on their heads, which allow
Okay.
them to keep only part of their faces exposed when their bodies are submerged. They have fancy flaps on their ears to keep water out.
What was I
Their
telling you?
reddish to dark brown fur is long and brittle, perfect for drying out quickly on land. And they're great
Like swim
swimmers, due in part to their slightly webbed feet. Capybaras can stay underwater for an impressive 4 to 5 minutes at a time when hiding from predators,
Not too
which are
shabby.
usually felines such as jaguars, pumas, and ocelots.
Ocelots
Capybaras
too,
are
huh?
so
Wow.
comfortable in the water that they can
Huh.
mate and sleep while partially submerged. So, as you can imagine, a standing source of water year-round is essential for the capybara's survival.
Makes sense.
Cappies are
Yeah.
herbivores and use their long, sharp teeth to eat a variety of water plants and grasses. Like all rodents, they have
And Patrick Crusader, I think you're thinking of agouti. Agouti have moved into the U.S. I don't think capybara have. I don't think they've made it up through Mexico. But chat, you can check on that if you
growing
want.
front teeth. It's a necessary adaptation since they wear their teeth down daily. An adult capybara can eat over 4 kilograms of grass every day. But they're not picky, and during the dry season, when grasses aren't readily available, they eat grains, melons, and squashes. But their diet doesn't end there. Capybaras have another, more unusual food source that they don't have to go far to find. Capybaras engage in cecotrophy, a fancy word for eating your own poop.
Huh.
Capybaras are
I've heard of that as
high-gut
coprophagy.
fermenters. Grasses go through their stomach and then get fermented in their intestine. This helps break down the fibers and creates a more nutritious meal. Unfortunately, since the stomach is before the intestines in the digestive tract, they have to poop the fermented food out and then eat it again.
That's a little bit gross, but
Capybaras
okay.
are highly social animals who exhibit complex social behaviors and live according to a strict hierarchy. A herd of capybara ranges in size from 5 to a crowded 100 giant rodents,
Holy
with
cow,
bigger groups
100.
tending to form in the dry season. Capybaras
That makes sense that bigger groups would form in the dry season. They were all congregating around small bodies of water that are, yeah. And there you go, tactile 3D picture, yeah. Yeah, Dormir Bell. Yeah, but it does make sense that, like, during the dry season, when water's more scarce, they're going to congregate together. Yeah.
groups tending to form in the dry season. Capybaras are extremely
landscape pets?
territorial.
Oh, exist in Florida. That would make sense, Patrick Crusader. Yeah. Shoot, they're Burmese pythons and boa constrictors, and there's like all kinds of critters that have been released in Florida or escaped or whatever. Yeah. Oy. Ash,
Comes to their
can they be
social
aggressive to
groups.
humans? They probably can
They
be.
use their glands to mark their territory by scent. The glands are located
probably
by
bite
their
you if you make 'em
nostrils,
mad.
which makes it easier to
They'll
smear
stand up for themselves,
secretions
I'm sure.
on vegetation. They may also mark vegetation by dragging their anal glands across it, or by urination. Hey, whatever it takes to mark your territory, especially when prime real estate can give you access to the best year-round food.
There you go.
Within a social group, females
Hey, I've seen people do crazier things to get into an exclusive restaurant. Oh boy.
tend to reproduce around the same time, with most females giving birth within a period of 2 weeks at the end of the wet season. This allows their young to benefit from communal nursing. And you know what they say, it takes a village, and that's especially true for capybaras. Young capybaras frequently emit a characteristic whining or whistling throughout the day to maintain contact among
Horns fan.
themselves and their mothers.
Yeah.
During the first year of life, the young are extremely vulnerable
And there you go,
to
Patrick Crusader, yeah.
predators.
Yeah.
So their ability to whistle throughout the day really is a matter of life and death.
Oh, there's a caiman.
Capybara communication is composed of several different sounds. In addition to the whistles associated with infants, there are also barks associated with potential predators, other barks that assert dominance, and chuckles between individuals traveling together. These sounds seem to be group-specific, which means that
That was a
social
jaguar
groups have
makeaway, yeah.
specific vocalizations that are not understood by other groups of capybara.
And Parathetamol says, I've spent the past 20 minutes looking at the one zoom tree. Isn't that so cool? I love showing that off, and I love how excited people get about it, too. That is like a true biological look at life on Earth, you know? Not these like neat little categories that you learned in school where it's like, oh, amphibians are over here, and then here's reptiles, and then here's mammals. It's like, no, this is all interconnected, you know? Birds are nested within reptilia, which is nested within amniota, which is, I guess you could say, nested within amphibia, which is nested within fish. You know, that's an actual biological perspective on things, as opposed to like the neat, tidy little boxes that you may have learned in school. You know? But yeah. Nested, I see what you did. I wasn't trying to do a pun or a joke or anything, SB, but I guess it turned out that way. If you want to say that's clever, I'll take it. The Mendelbrot fractal. Yeah, isn't that cool, Stavros? Neat stuff. Oh.
When they're not avoiding predators, capybaras have a very calm and laid-back temperament. And this friendliness even extends to other species. On any given day, you may find a capybara with a bird companion or two. This is because there are several species with whom they have a symbiotic relationship.
Ah.
Birds will happily eat parasites off the capybara's fur. So that's what they mean when they say a feather in your cap. Capybaras are hunted for their meat and hides, and their habitat has decreased due to human activity. But their populations are stable across much of their range. We love a cappy ending.
Oh, I like that a lot. Holy cow, this is Animal Logic, which I believe I'm already subscribed to on this channel, but here's a link in the video. And Claire Burr, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Claire. It is good to see you. Yeah. Capybaras. Very cool. And you're all right? Okay, Claire. Okay, did you see... Got a new emote? I've got a bunch of new... Well, a bunch of open slots now for animated emotes, so I made my very first ever, like, handmade animated emote. There it is right there.
Can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Delta Rain. I really appreciate those 1,000 bits. Thank you kindly. That is excellent, Delta. That is excellent. How are you doing, by the way, Delta? I hope things are good. Hope the house hunt is going well. It's good to see you, Delta. Thank you for your continued support. But yeah, those new emotes. That is, of course, the Wonkle Rex, which is a Tyrannosaurus Rex specimen that's got a very special place in my heart. Yeah. From the University of California, Museum of Paleontology, where I got my start in the field as a high school student, as a high school volunteer, to the bronze Wonkle Rex outside of Museum of the Rockies, where I learned how to be a paleontologist, to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C., where I helped pack up some of the bones and send them to Washington because, well, Museum of the Rockies had a deal with the Smithsonian. We owed them a T-Rex, and rather than finding them a new one, Jack Horner's like, just take this one. So now you can see the original there in Washington, D.C. That's all this one specimen, the Wonkle Rex. Yeah, discovered by Kathy Wonkle on, I think on Memorial Day, 1988? Yeah. So yeah, I just learned how to create an animated GIF in Photoshop. It's a little rusty, but I'll improve this one, and, it's a good first step. Expect some more emotes soon. But yeah. Delta Rain's having a nice day. I'm glad to hear it, Delta. Went skating yesterday for the first time in a while. All right. Rollerblades or skateboard or roller skates or that thing with the wheels and it's like kite surfing, but it's on. Is that what you're doing, Delta? Or you mean ice skates? Anyway. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Downhill luge? Yeah. Skeleton, maybe? I've never understood why that's called skeleton, by the way. Let's find out. Skeleton. Skeleton disambiguation. Songs, television, films, games, other. I don't have this wrong, do I? It is actually called skeleton, isn't it? The one where it's like a bobsled, except you're like head first, I think? Or it's like luge, except you're head first. Yeah, skeleton sport or tobogganing, a fast winter flooding sport. What's the etymology? Why is it called that? word etymology does not appear in the article. Oh, by the way, this is, yeah, you get a running start, and then you're just going head first on this thing on skis, you know? And it's due to the bony appearance of the sled. Is that right? Oh, is it because that looks like a rib cage on there? Fall Machine says, I thought that's what it was called because if you crash, that's all that's left of you. I don't know. You were just reading this while I was yammering on, chat. The sport and the sled may have been named from the bony appearance of the sled. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Like, unironically, I think this is one of the cooler Winter Olympics events. Like, there's just something very relatable about it. You know? You're on, like, a furniture dolly just going down a tube. Head first at 300 miles an hour. And you're hoping that you don't just... that something doesn't go wrong and then you careen into the side and you're pink mist, you know? Yeah, would you want to try that? I mean, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I'll see you later, Lenina. You drive safe, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's really cool that that's what you were doing this weekend, Delta. I take it went well. Because you are alive and well chatting, and I am glad to hear that. Thank you again for those 1,000 bits. Earnestly, Delta. I appreciate you. I really do. But yeah. Weren't those the scooters that nipped fingers in gym class? I didn't have... We didn't have gym at my school recently. We had PE, physical education, and my school did not have a lot of resources, so we didn't have stuff like that. Yeah. It's funny, I also learned that, I grew up playing a lot of dodgeball, and then later on, I don't know, in like 8th grade or something, I saw a movie called Dodgeball, and I saw it and I'm like, that's not dodgeball. That's some other, there's 2 teams, what? That's not dodgeball. Because the way that I learned how to play dodgeball was, let's see. Yeah, the way that I learned how to play dodgeball was like this. There was a big circle painted on the ground, like on the asphalt, on the playground. And then in the middle, you've got the dodgers, and then you have the throwers on the outside. And everybody has a playground ball, and you're just trying to, like, you know, being the people in the middle with the dodgeball, with the, like, rubber playground ball. And sometimes you can coordinate with somebody, like, across from you on the other side of there, and, like, you can both throw the ball at the same time, so the person has a more difficult time dodging it. They really should have called this, I guess, like, shooting fish in a barrel or something like that, but that's how I learned how to play dodgeball. It's just chaos. And so the point is to stay in the middle for as long as possible, just continuously dodging the balls and everything. But also there was a rule that you couldn't catch the ball either. And you had to completely dodge it. You were not allowed to catch the ball. If the ball comes in contact with you at all, it can bounce and hit you. It can bounce off someone else and then hit you, and then you're still out, and you have to trade places with the person who threw the ball. So yeah. And Lordy says we played it like this at my school too. Oh, okay, cool. But yeah. And Asher says, what? First time I see that configuration. That's the thing, is that I explain this to people, and they're like, Danny, you're crazy. That's not dodgeball. But this is how I learned how to play it, you know? Suppose you get really good at dodging? Yeah, Continuum. You just get into, like, a fugue state, and you're just in the zone. It's... Yeah. Yeah, it was It was actually a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. I was really good at it. At my school, it was called War Ball. There you go. I'm Warbash. Nice. Yeah. Anyway, and just one ball though? No. Everybody had a ball on all sides. There were sometimes more balls than there were people on the outside. So it's just a constant barrage. It moved really, really fast. And people would be running in and out of the circle when they get tagged with the ball. Yeah. So that's the thing, is you're not just dodging the ball, you're also dodging the other dodgers. Trying not to run into them. It was a lot. Anyway, yeah. I don't know how we got on this. But what we're gonna get into now is our brand new dinosaur. Just published last week. Let's do it. It is time for some fossil news. All right, our top story today on Fossil News. Paleontologists discover new species of Oviraptorosaur in South Dakota. This I was particularly excited about because I'd been hearing rumors and whispers of this for years now. And an old friend of mine is one of the authors on this paper. She specializes in Oviraptorosaurs. Her name is Jade Simon. And someday soon, hopefully, we'll be bringing her on as an interviewee on this channel. Especially now that we've got Partner Plus in the bag, it looks like. I can actually pay Jade an honorarium to show up here. So yeah. And a fellow Jade, Jade is awesome.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, I often do, Legion.
Hope everyone is doing well. Subwave Subcat Dance Science loves new species. How exciting.
I know, right, Legion? Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Jade Simon Oviraptorosaurs. She actually gave a talk at for the Royal Tyrrell Museum of Paleontology.
And there are...
Yeah, so there is Jade right there.
For disabled students and researchers in academia. So without further delay, I'll pass control over to Jade Simon.
So she was talking about this critter.
Up my screen share really quick. All right, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very excited to be presenting my research for you all, and I will try to highlight some really cool specimens from the Royal Tyrrell that I was fortunate enough to include in my study. So as Kayla mentioned, I work on theropod dinosaurs, and the group that I really focus on right now are Oviraptorosaurs.
Yep. So that's the reason I've got this goofy Oviraptor right here framed on the wall. Normally I don't have such... Oh, I'm not going to be able to take that off the wall. Never mind. The hook is not cooperating at the moment, but that's an Oviraptor enjoying some other dinosaurs' eggs, which you now know they didn't really do. The name Oviraptorosaur, that means egg thief lizard. And we used to think that they ate other dinosaurs' eggs. That's where the name comes from. We now know they don't do that. At least we have no reason to think that they did that. No positive evidence in that direction. But the name has stuck nonetheless, because that's how it works in science. But how does the process of formally naming a new species of dinosaur work? Oh, Horns fan, that's an excellent question. Let's talk about that in a bit. But first, let me let Jade explain. I was making a portmanteau of Jade and explain. Let's let Jade explain what an Oviraptorosaur is.
I'll start with just kind of an overview of what are these very silly looking
And Weirby, thank you for the
dinosaurs, how do they
follow.
fit
Welcome,
into
welcome.
the context of other
Yeah.
theropods, and what sorts of questions can we ask about them. So oviraptors, oviraptorosaurs are a group of feathered bird-like dinosaurs. They vary pretty greatly in size. We have some very, very small. We also have some that are nearly the size of a T-Rex. And they are known from all across Asia and North America throughout the Cretaceous, but mostly towards the mid and late Cretaceous.
The reason I bring this video up is that Jade actually talks about this critter here in the video, which was posted a year ago. I'll give you a link. So it's taken a while for this publication to go through, but we have it now. Yeah. A team of paleontologists from the Oklahoma State University, the University of Toronto, that's Jade there, and the Royal Ontario Museum have added another species of canignathed oviraptorosaurian dinosaur to the prehistoric catalog. Eoneophron infernalis. And I love that species name in particular. There's a thing here about dinosaurs from the Hell Creek Formation. There's like a trope or a trend or a tradition is more like it, really. There's a tradition that when you're naming a dinosaur from the Hell Creek Formation, the Hell Creek Formation, sometimes you add some sort of hell-related kind of flavoring to its name. So Eoneophron infernalis. We also have critters like Stygimoloch, which is now Pachycephalosaurus, but Stygimoloch means the River of Styx demon or god. Stygimoloch. Stygian. We've got, Fedorasaur. 28 months, Fedorasaur. Thank you. Good stuff. I appreciate that, Fedorasaur. Thank you for the 28 months of support. For keeping me here on the air. Other examples of dinosaurs with, let's see, Stygimoloch, Acheroraptor, named after the river Acheron in Greek mythology. Or is it Roman mythology? I think it's Greek mythology. Let me know, chat. Yeah, named after the river Acheron, which I think separates the land of the living from the land of the dead or something like that. Yeah, there's a bunch of different examples of this, and now added to that pantheon, Eoneophron infernalis. Oh, you gotta love it. Eoneophron infernalis lived in what is now the United States during the late Cretaceous epoch, between 68 and 66 million years ago. The fossilized remains of this species were collected from exposures of the Hell Creek Formation in South Dakota. So again, we were looking at the Hell Creek Formation earlier. There we go. Let's embiggen that. So, this is the Hell Creek here in green. So everything that is green here is the Hell Creek Formation in Wyoming, Montana, North and South Dakota. And so, yeah, Eoneophron from South Dakota here. South Dakota, it's odd. It might actually have the biggest exposures of the Hell Creek, even though Montana's Hell Creek exposures are the most famous. These sediments resemble those of a typical floodplain deposit, such as siltstones with organic material seen elsewhere in the Hell Creek Formation. When we first examined the bones, we identified them as belonging to a family of dinosaurs known as Canignathidae, a group of bird-like dinosaurs that had toothless beaks, long legs, and short tails, said Oklahoma State University paleontologist Kyle Atkins-Weltman and colleagues. Direct fossils and inferred evidence indicates these dinosaurs were covered in complex feathers, much like modern birds. And, yeah, let's look at Onzu Wiley, which is another canignathed from the Hell Creek Formation. This is how various artists have reconstructed it. Oh, I like that one a lot. That's really lovely. So these are beaky, two-legged, feathery dinosaurs. We don't really know if they ate plants or meat or both. They probably kind of ate whatever they wanted. But these guys were big. Enzu in particular is not a small critter. It was first found, well, bits and pieces of it have been floating around for like a century. But it first started to get attention in the 1990s. I think Mike Treebold had a decent skeleton of this guy. And didn't name it or anything, but they called it the Chicken from Hell at the time. Because it was kind of chicken-like, and it's from the Hell Creek Formation. A pretty neat animal. There's one guarding his eggs right there. So yeah, Continuum says, that's a big bird. Well, these animals are very closely related to birds. So this is from a group of dinosaurs that we call the Maniraptorans. So on dinosaur family tree here, they would be from this particular clade, kind of leading up to the birds. And if we go to a different phylogeny, there we go. Family tree of just theropod dinosaurs. These guys would be right here, Oviraptorosauria. So there's birds there at the end. This is the only group of dinosaurs, the only lineage out of all the different dinosaur lineages. It's the only one that survives to the present. The only one that survived the end of the Cretaceous period, when that asteroid hit. Birds are the only ones who made it through. Oviraptorosaurs are pretty close to birds. We know these guys had feathers all over their bodies. We've got direct evidence that they sat on their nests. They brooded their eggs. They exhibited very bird-like reproductive and like parenting behavior. Just very bird-like animals. There's even some paleontologists who think that they might be birds. It could be. This whole group here, Maniraptora, everything from this node onward, these might actually be birds. It all kind of depends on whether birds evolved from something related to the Deinonychosaurs, or if birds evolved earlier. If birds branch off right here, and then the rest of these groups evolved from the birds, that would make all of these guys birds. So, Scansoriopterids would be birds, Dromaeosaurs would be birds, Oviraptorosaurs, and Alvarezsaurus, even Therizinosaurs would all be birds. Could be the case. We don't know yet. The fossils which would confirm or deny that haven't been found yet. Pretty scanty stuff from like the Middle Jurassic, especially with Maniraptorans. So yeah. And Steely Dan, I'm glad you're liking the song. Yeah. And Hugin says, yeah, there's even a hypothesis that they are birds. Yes, indeed, Hugin. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Steely Dan says, no, that is a 6-foot turkey. I mean, guilty as charged, I guess. There is a reconstructed skull of Anzu, which is another Hell Creek Oviraptorosaur, another member of this same family. It's a cool critter. It's a very cool critter. Yeah. And our new one is a little bit smaller than this. So same idea, just not as big, if that makes sense. Yeah. I love how short the tail on these guys gets, too. Like, some Oviraptorosaurs actually evolve what we call a pygostyle, which is where the vertebrae fuse up at the end of the tail, like in modern birds. You know how birds today, they just have this tiny little nubbin of a bony tail? These guys develop that at the end of their short-ish tail. They develop a little pygostyle in dinosaurs like Nomingia from Mongolia.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Danny, I learned it's possible that sauropods blew up like whales when they died in giant explosions. And now I picture a tiny dromaeosaur hopping on top of a sauropod to scavenge and getting launched like 100 feet in the air. I hope one day we find a creature that died this way. And I hope we find a creature that was killed by a sauropod throwing up on it.
Trappy Jenkins? It's possible. Yeah, yeah. there have been illustrations of this before. I don't know if I can find you one on such short notice, but you know how like whales, when they wash up on the beach, they can bloat up and then they can actually explode. There's some famously gory pictures of here. Copy link address. I'll give you a link in the chat. Do not click it if you're squeamish. It literally shows a sperm whale. It's a dead sperm whale, its belly exploding and just guts going everywhere. But yeah. Since gases can build up in the guts, some of them eventually burst, and it can be quite dramatic. Ugh. With R, she blows. Dead whale explodes. The decomposing remains of a 60-ton sperm whale exploded on a busy Taiwan street, showering nearby cars and shops with blood and organs and stopping traffic for hours. Yeah, that's really grody. Here's a link to an NBC News article about this. But yeah, it's possible that sauropods could have done the same thing, although I kind of doubt that would happen, Trappy, just because I figure there'd be... In order to do that, it's got to be sitting there for a long time. And has to have a long time to swell up. And I would imagine that there would be all kinds of meat-eating dinosaurs just getting in there and tearing it apart before it had a chance to swell up like that. I don't think it would be a common occurrence, but I'm sure it happened a few times in the vastness of Mesozoic times there. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. C4 equals cetacean 4? Oh no, clever. Yeah. And Reverse Oatmeal says, genuinely, marine mammalogists who do whale necropsies are stronger willed than any bomb squad technician. Yeah. Hurt Locker, eat your heart out. Yeah. And Red Bulwark, Hatzegopteryx. We can do that, even though it's not a dinosaur. We can still do that. We can do a deep dive on that critter if you'd like. Yeah. And Makeaway says there was an ankylosaur relative that they think got gases after... No, that's happened a bunch of times, Makeaway. Yeah, for whatever reason. It seems like ankylosaurs did this a lot. Maybe they just had really tough skin that was not prone to rupture. Yeah. Some of the best ankylosaur specimens that we have, like this one, the Borealipelta from Alberta. That is found at the bottom of, in ocean bottom sediments. Same with California's ankylosaur, Aletipelta. Was actually found with oysters all over it, because after it drifted out to sea and sank, it became a reef for a while. Here it is being shown in the water, I guess? It probably died somewhere near land and then just drifted down a river or whatever. A bloat and float is what we call that. But that's pretty common for ankylosaurs. Niobrarasaurus did the same thing. It's named after the Niobrara Sea. But, yeah, Niobrarasaurus. Yeah, there it is, dead on a beach, about to be taken away by the high tide. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Risa Dago says they talk about how first name stands in naming rules. Does our changing knowledge ever trump that? Like finding out that flightless meat eater is actually a flyer and an herbivore? Yeah, it doesn't really. A name in science doesn't change because the descriptor in it is incorrect. It changes because either the name is preoccupied, or it turns out that this was the second name given to the same animal, so the first name has to take priority. But Oviraptor, for instance, this critter that we used to think was an egg thief, there we go. There's an illustration of Oviraptor eating eggs. We now realize the nests of eggs that Oviraptorosaurs are found on, those are not other dinosaurs' eggs. Those are their own eggs. They were not egg thieves. They were caring parents. It was originally thought those were Protoceratops eggs that it was eating. Or that it was, like, sitting on top of. Nope. Those were its own eggs. The name Oviraptor stays. So, yeah. Yeah. That's just how it works, you know? Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. Jack Hornet didn't have anything to do with these eggs, Bajas Panther. And Dr. Irrefutable says, kind of strange how they just went to eating another species' eggs. Well, that's the thing, is that when these critters were first discovered, when Oviraptor was first named in 1924, let me find the paper for you. I'll show you exactly the lines in the paper that talk about this. Here we go. Yeah. We could have talked about this on Friday if we'd had time. Because this was when we were talking about Roy Chapman Andrews and the Central Asiatic Expeditions. Remember this from Friday? Oviraptor is one of those dinosaurs that came out of this. The Central Asiatic Expeditions. So, published on November 7th, 1924. Holy cow, this year will mark 100 years of the 3 theropod dinosaurs described in this paper. Velociraptor, Sauroornithoides, and Oviraptor. Yeah. The third theropod is a short skull entirely toothless, like the Ornithomimidae, which was found lying directly over a nest of dinosaur eggs separated only by 4 inches of friable sandstone. Hence we name it Oviraptor, the egg Caesar. The forelimb found with this skull is clearly related to the Ornithomimidae. So yeah, they describe Velociraptor, and then Sauroornithoides, and then on to Oviraptor. Oviraptor, Phyloceratops. Yeah. The upper figure shows the left side of the shattered type cranium of Oviraptor. The lower figure shows the right side of this shattered cranium. Both figures correspond exactly with the type as it now appears in the matrix. Habits. The generic and specific name of this animal, Oviraptor, signifying egg Caesar, or egg thief, and Phyloceratops, signifying fondness for ceratopsian eggs. Oh, it's funny that Osborne realized this back then. He says that name may entirely mislead us as to its feeding habits and belie its character. He realized at the time, he's like, yeah, I'm going down on a limb, you know, naming it this, but he just went for it. The names are given because the type skull was found lying directly over a nest of dinosaur eggs, the one photographed being actually separated from the eggs by only 4 inches of matrix. This immediately put the animal under suspicion of having been overtaken by a sandstorm in the very act of robbing the dinosaur nest. So yeah, they didn't realize that the skull was pretty incomplete right there. So yeah. And then it turns out in the 1990s they found more oviraptor skeletons, oviraptorosaur skeletons, I should say. Big Mama oviraptor. There we go. More skeletons from this group of animals just sitting on nests of eggs like this. That's exactly what you're seeing right here. What you're looking at is the underside of this animal. So you're underneath it, looking up at it. Those are the legs folded up underneath it. And you see the eggs are on the side, and the arms are wrapping around the eggs like this. So, you've got the rib cage right here. So that's the chest of the animal. You've got the legs folded up underneath. That's the ankle, and there's the foot, there's the toes. Ankle, foot, toes. There's like the chest, the furcula, the wishbone would be up there. And here's the arms wrapping around with those claws. Right there. And then there's 1 egg, 2 eggs, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 eggs. There's another egg right there. This is an animal that actually died while sitting on its nest. So yeah, isn't that incredible, Otter Do It? Pretty amazing, right? Yeah. So, we now recognize that this group of animals, oviraptorosaurs, not Conchoraptor, Corythoraptor. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. This is our current understanding of these animals. They had these carefully built nests. They would rearrange their eggs like this. I would actually love to talk to my old undergrad advisor about this, or Jade Simon about this. Jade would have an opinion on this too, I think. But yeah, how accurate is this depiction? Because I thought the eggs were at least partly buried. But, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. But we know that these dinosaurs were devoted parents. And in this video, they're shielding their eggs from the sun using those feathers like that. And panting to try and keep cool in the hot sun. Yeah. Very cool. So, this is the same kind of dinosaur that we have. Here. Where did the paper go? There we go. Yeah. The only known species of caenagnathed from this time and region, from the Hell Creek Formation, was Anzu. Anzu, whom I showed you earlier, that was the chicken from hell. Covered in feathers and sporting wings and a toothless beak, Anzu was between 200 and 340 kilos. Despite its fearsome nickname, though, its diet is a matter of debate. It was likely an omnivore, eating both plant material and small animals. Because our specimen was significantly smaller than Anzu, we simply assumed it was a juvenile. And I kind of love that was their assumption at the beginning. So Jade, like me, is an alum of Museum of the Rockies, of the Montana State University paleontology program. And both of those were very heavily influenced, of course, by the guy who basically established that program, Jack Horner. And his whole, big thing...
Ontogeny.
...is, yes, indeed, Displacer. Ontogeny. This understanding that dinosaurs changed a lot through their ontogeny. Through their individual lifespans. As they grew and developed, they changed a lot. To the point where some dinosaurs we thought were entirely different species Turns out they're actually just different growth stages of the same animal. You've really got to understand growth and development. You have to understand ontogeny if you want to understand dinosaur diversity. And there have been a lot of different dinosaurs that turn out to actually be the same kind of dinosaur, just at different growth stages, because they change so very much through
ontogeny.
Ontogeny, yes. Welcome back home, Lenina. It's good to have you. Yeah. So, Jade and her colleagues kind of assumed that, like, oh, this is from the same time and place as Anzu, and it's smaller. It's also an Oviraptorosaur from the same family. That's probably a juvenile Anzu. It's probably not a new kind of dinosaur. It's probably just the same creature at a different growth stage. So we chalked up the anatomical differences we noticed to its juvenile status and smaller size, and figured the animal would have changed had it continued to grow. Anzu specimens are rare, and no definite juveniles have been published in the scientific literature. So we were excited to potentially learn more about how it grew and changed through its lifetime by looking inside its bones.
Those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
And birds are dead on. Holy cow.
Almost a whole year.
22 months. You're getting close there, birds are dead on. Thank you for the ongoing support. I appreciate that a lot. I really do.
If dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this, living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
It's true, Carl Bright. Thank you for the follow, and a welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And thank you for the hydrate there, adenosine. Cheers. Anyway, yeah. So just like with the tree's rings, bone records rings called lines of arrested growth, or lags for short. Each annual line represents a part of the year when the animal's growth slowed. They would tell us how old the animal was and how fast or slow it was growing. So we cut through the middle of 3 of the bones so that we could microscopically examine the internal anatomy of the cross-sections. What we saw completely uprooted our initial assumptions. In a juvenile, we would expect lines of arrested growth in the bone to be widely spaced, indicating rapid growth. If you're growing really, really fast, there's a lot of growing to do in between those pauses where growth is slower during, like, the dry season or the winter or whatever. With even spacing between the lines from the inside of the outside surface of the bone, they explain. Here, we saw the later lines were spaced progressively closer together, indicating that this animal's growth had slowed as it was nearly at its adult size. This was no juvenile. Instead, it was an adult of an entirely new species, which we dubbed Eoneophron infernalis. And this is pretty cool stuff. This is pretty cool stuff. This is a dinosaur that would not have been named if they didn't cut the bones open. So for anybody who ever doubts the importance of what some folks would call destructive sampling, but what people like me would call enhanced sampling.
Glue is cheap.
Yes, indeed, glue is cheap, Steely Dan. Yeah. Yeah, Stavros says count the rings. Yeah. No, not like the Yankees, but count the rings, the lines of arrested growth. Yeah, here, for just to kind of outline why this is important. Let's find a... There we go. She'll explain this to us.
Hi, my name's Lisa Herzog. I'm in the Paleontology Research Lab here at the museum. And in front of me, laid out, I have
hello, sweetie pie.
Femur of a fossil theropod dinosaur known as Acrocanthosaurus. Acrocanthosaurus is one of our most famous specimens that is on display and mounted in the museum. However, we had to take the original bones off display so that we could preserve them. This fossil has something known as pyrite disease or pyrite decay, which can be very detrimental for a specimen if it's not stored in a controlled environment. Exposure to oxygen in the atmosphere and moisture in the atmosphere can cause the pyrite to decay the specimen. So we've taken it off display and it's safely stored in cabinetry downstairs. Now that the specimen's off display, one of the things we are doing with it is conducting additional research on the specimen to help with the body of research on this particular animal. The process we're doing is called creating a histological slide, or...
Well. Oh, hang on. There we go. Yeah. It's Sweetie Pie. One of my feline overlords here. Good to see you, Sweetie Pie. Can I get you another treat? Yeah, come here. Hey. Look. Put it right here. There you go. This is one of my landlords here, Chronic Sonic. Yeah. How you doing, sweetie? That's it. Oh, you lick my fingers? Yeah. You're all timid today. What's going on? What's going on? You're probably not in the mood for some brushing, are you? Huh. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? You're all standoffish today. What's up with you, Sweetie Pie? What's up with you? Oh, there she goes. Well, we'll see if we catch any of Sweetie Pie later. But, yeah. Anyway, that was Sweetie Pie, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah. Oh, in Diagonal, we should do Metazua again, shouldn't we? Here, let's get back into histology a little bit first, and then we'll do another game of Metazoo. We'll do Monday's game. Yeah. Well, actually, you know what? Let's do Metazoo first. There we go. We did Sundays a few minutes ago, or a little while ago. Now, let's do Monday's game of Metazoo. So, for those of you who are not familiar with this is a guessing game. We got to guess the mystery animal of the day. We do so by narrowing it down with an evolutionary family tree, a phylogeny. And, it's pretty cool. Check it out.
Hold on to your butts.
So, there's our mystery animal. We're going to type the name of an animal into here. Give me the name of a placental mammal, chat. Not a marsupial and not a monotreme. Murph says... goat. Okay, let's do goat. I like that, Murph. I like that. Let's try a goat. And, alright. We know it's some sort of Boroeutherian mammal. Nice. See, this is why I start off with a placental mammal. Good stuff. Let me show you what that means. So, mammals. It's funny, this is just how the last one started off, too. And love the cat cam. Thanks, Moohoodles. I actually just added the little cat cam logo and everything. Text and everything last night, that little overlay. But it's good to see you, Moohoodles. How are you? How was your weekend? How's the science outreach been going? It's good to see you as always, Moo. Welcome back. Yeah, so mammals. I searched a mammal, I searched goat, and it gave us the group Boroeutheria. The way that this game works is it shows you, when you make a guess that's like, well, yeah, it'll show you the most exclusive clade, the narrowest grouping that includes both your guess and the mystery animal. And So in this case, we've got Boroeutheria. And it's a therian mammal, it's a placental mammal, and then it's within Boroeutheria. Good stuff. But we can narrow it down even further than that without doing another guess by being clever. So, I guessed a goat, which is a kind of caprid, which is a kind of antilocaprid, an even-toed ungulate. So a hoofed mammal with either 2 or 4 toes. Or in the case of whales, 0 toes. But 0 is also an even number, right? So they still count as an even-toed ungulate. Anyway, goats are part of this group here. There we go. The cloven-hoofed ungulates. The antilocaprids in particular. And so to get to goats would be down here. Yeah, ibexes, takins, chamois, and goats. There we go. But Boroeutheria. But we guessed a goat, and it didn't say Artiodactyla. It didn't even say Laurasiatheria. Right here, it said a broader group, Boroeutheria, which tells us that it's not a Laurasiathere. We guessed goat. If it were a member of Laurasiatheria, if the mystery animal were a member of Laurasiatheria, it would say Laurasiatheria. It doesn't say that. It said Boroeutheria. So it's got to be the other branch that comes off of Boroeutheria. It's got to be, just like last time, a Euarchontoglier. This is the group that includes primates and their relatives, Euarchonta, and rodents and their relatives, Glires. So, with just one guess, we've narrowed it down from over 1 million species to just 2,500. Now that we know that it's a Boroeutherian, and we know it's not a Laurasiathere, or else it would say Laurasiatheria. So, our creature's got to be within Euarchontoglira here. But is it on the primate branch or the rodent branch? Let's see which one. Chat, give me the name of... Well, I guess we'll do like last time. Give me the name of a primate. And let me see you scroll around this site. It's always so cool. Thanks, Mahoodles. Isn't this neat? Oh, and macaque. Makeaway said macaque. So let's search macaque here. M-A-C-A-Q-U-E. Macaque. And... Ooh, okay. Interesting. Euarchontoglires. Macaque is over here. It didn't say Euarchonta. It didn't say primata. It's not a primate. It's not a Euarchontan. So we know here we can turn left and go to Euarchonta. That's not the right way. It's not going to be a primate or something. We guessed macaque, and it's not taking us in this direction. It's got to be part of this clade. Glires. The rodents and rabbits. Rodents and lagomorphs. So, we've got hares, pikas, and rabbits within Lagomorpha there. Or we can take a right and be in Rodentia with the rodents. Let's try a rodent. Somebody give me the name of a rodent here. And we will guess that. Jay Glasswork says pika and seems quite enthusiastic. Let's try that. Oh, they don't have pika. Shoot. Or else I would. Sorry, Jay. And we already did capybara earlier, Dormir Bell. That was our correct answer for Sunday's Metazoa. It's not going to be the same today. We could try rat. Some chatters are saying rat. Let's try that. Ratus. And it is within Rodentia, but it's not a rat. So let's see if we can glean some further clues from this. It's not a rat, but it is within Rodentia. So, let's look at Rattus, the rat genus. There's the black rat, Rattus rattus. Down here. And what's interesting is, since we searched black rat, Rattus rattus, and it didn't give us this clade. It'd be nice if that one had a name. Doesn't show the name here. There's got to be some sort of split toward the top, and we got to zig when we tried the zag. All right, hamsters, gerbils, true mice, rats, and more. This is Muroidea. It is not going to be within clade Muroidea, or else it would tell us clade Muroidea, and it doesn't.
Your cousin Marvin Barry. You know that new.
Well, hello.
Well, listen to this.
Scratchy Wainer. Scratchy Walner? Scratchy Walner. How was your stream? I hope it was real good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for raiding in. It's good to have you here. It's not going to be within this clade, which is good. That means there's 1,300 species, 1,400 species basically we can cross off right there. It's not going to be a mouse, it's not going to be a rat, it's not going to be a vole, it's not going to be a deer mouse or a mole rat. Good to know. It doesn't look like it's going to be a myomorphin as well, a mouse-like rodent. This one, they don't list the name of the clade. I bet you it's going to be something else. So within rodents, ooh, there is a good chance it's a squirrel. There is a good chance that it's a squirrel. So somebody give me the name of a squirrel. What kind of squirrel? Actually, for this, there might not be multiple options. Yeah, there's just squirrel and flying squirrel. So let's try the name of a squirrel. Claire says Douglas. Makeaway says Rocky. Nell says Phil. Let's try squirrel, huh?
Hold on to your butts.
And okay, it is a squirrel, Sciuridae, the squirrel family, but Sciuriamorpha, Sciuridae, we still have 276 species here. But if we search squirrel, all we've got left is flying squirrel, so let's try that. It's not a flying squirrel? Okay, we know it's outside of Sciuridae, but within Sciuridae. So for those of you who are going, what? What does that mean? I'll show you what it means. So this is Sciuridae. So this is the squirrel family that includes squirrels, chipmunks, and more. There's 276 species in here. It also includes ground squirrels, presumably prairie dogs. Yeah. It might be a prairie dog. So yeah, ground squirrels and more are right here. It also includes chipmunks. So, let's look up Sciuridae. Sciuridae. Oh boy, how do we spell that? Sciuridae. Sciuridae. Okay. Sciuridae. I'm still spelling that wrong. Sciuridae. Sciuridae. Scurionide. Oh, they just don't have it on here. I was spelling it right. Oh boy. So. They also, yeah, they might just not have that listed. Let's go to Chipmunk on here and see where they are. Okay. 90 species of chipmunk around the world. That's impressive. Ground squirrels are also part of this clade. Okay. And red bush squirrels. Ground squirrels and more. Squirrels, chipmunks, and more. Also, there's a chance that this clade doesn't... Oh! Oh, ho, 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 ho! Oh, here's one. We didn't even think about this. It's probably a beaver. Of course! Eureka! Let's try that. I totally forgot. Beavers are, strictly speaking, a kind of squirrel. They're within Scuriidae, the squirrel family. See? Or Scuromorpha, at least. Right? Wait, Scuriidae. Uh-oh. Well, this is showing that beavers are outside of Scuriidae. This could be a discrepancy between this tree and that game. Or... oh boy. I'm gonna try chipmunk first. Hopefully we're not squandering a precious, precious guess here. But...
hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. Let's try it. It got us closer, but that wasn't it. That wasn't it. Oh man. We're up to 6 guesses now. We're kind of killing our average here. Camellia says this one got me good. I used almost all my guesses. Oh boy. So, we know this is a ground squirrel. Part of Marmotini. Which, you know, I could go for a Marmotini right about now. Happy hour. Got this one in 10, says Alex Vixen. Oh, well. Yeah, so it could be... well, Marmotini, I believe this is prairie dogs. Marmots, aka groundhogs. Oh man, we're already going to be talking all about groundhogs on Friday for Groundhog Day. But yeah. Yeah, Marmotini. Well, let's look within Marmotini. Let's look at marmots. Here it's Marmota. There we go. 14 species. There's prairie dogs. This is probably our clade right here. It doesn't say Marmotini, but this is probably it. So, marmot, ground squirrel, and prairie dog. Marmot. Okay, when you type in marmot, it gives you groundhog there. So it could be that. Or... it doesn't have prairie dog? It doesn't have ground squirrel. It's gotta be... it's gotta be a groundhog, right? Yeah. Phoenix Archaeologist says meerkat. Meerkats are actually kind of carnivoran. They're related to mongoose and weasels and stuff like that. So they're not rodents. I betcha it's gotta be a groundhog. Mayor Spaces. Dry martini, shaken, not stirred. Oh boy, let's try a groundhog here, shall we? Cross your fingers, chat. Cross your fingers.
Hold on to your butts.
Ooh. Yes! That was a tricky one. Man, those rodents. Those rodents. Holy cow. They are tricky. There's so many of them. They're such a speciose group, you know? Too many rodents, says Dr. Irrefutable. 4 more weeks of winter, says Grim Deviant. Oh boy. Again, we're going to be talking all about groundhogs on Friday, along with the fossil history of rodents in general. We'll be talking about them on Friday for Groundhog Day. So yeah. Jaded Fairy says it would be funny if they made it Groundhog every day this week. It would be funny. Well, it was Capybara yesterday. Now it's Groundhog today. Could be Rodent Week. Or it could just be that there are so many rodents. There's like 2,000 species of them, right? It's crazy. They're maybe the most diverse group of mammals, depending on how you count them. But yeah, 2,096 species of rodents. Compare that to bats, which are also a very speciose group. Chiroptera. Bats are over here, and bats. Oh, okay, never mind. 1,055 species. So yeah. It's under 9,000. It is Mayor Space, yeah. Yeah, and they are very successful. We'll be talking all about that on Friday. Big rodent stream on Friday. Get ready for it. It's gonna be fun. Yeah. And you're still looking at the one zoom tree. That's awesome, Para. That's awesome. Glad you're enjoying it. Isn't that cool? Yeah. And Nell says there was a rodent next to the marmots that looked like a hyrax, I think. Well, hyraxes, you probably know already, Nell, they are not rodents at all. They're nowhere close to rodents. You know where they're next to? Here. Let's go to rodents here. Hyraxes are not related to rodents. Hyraxes are far away. They are way over in Atlantogenata within Afrotheria. Hyraxes, like this rock hyrax here, are right next to elephants. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. 1,055 species, that's almost a whole year. Yeah, there you go, Iron Park. But yeah. Anyway, so yeah, hyraxes. Related to elephants. They're Afrotheres. They're nowhere near rodents. Or at least within placental mammals, they're about as far as you can get from rodents. Again, placental mammals, Atlantogenata, elephants, elephant shrews and more, Afrotheres. There's the hyraxes there. Placental mammals, you gotta go up into here, and then rodents, primates, and more, and then anyway. As far as mammals go, rodents and hyraxes are very far away from each other. Yeah. What about the roll hyraxes? They're no longer extant, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. But yeah. And yes, deleted rock hyrax. Good stuff. Anyway, let's get back to our brand new dinosaur from the Hell Creek Formation. Eoneophron. Eoneophron infernalis. Eoneophron infernalis has implications for the... Oh, this was no juvenile. Instead, it was an adult of an entirely new species, which we dubbed Eoneophron infernalis. And I recognize that name, Neophron. I think think I know where that comes from. Back to our Tree of Life. Neophron. Neophron. Here we go. Zooming in, zooming in. Not a mammal, but a reptile. A bird kind of reptile. Yeah. An Egyptian vulture. Neophron. Percnopterus. Interesting stuff here. Very interesting stuff. Let's see. Let's try this. Cross your fingers for an... Oh, goodness, no. Trying to find something not DMCA-able. Goodness. No luck so far. There we go. That should do it. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of love it when a new dinosaur gets named by just taking an existing name and adding a prefix to it. And that's precisely what happened here. So this new dinosaur is actually named after the Egyptian vulture. Neophron, that's the genus name for the Egyptian vulture. By adding an EO to the front of it, Eoneophron means dawn neophron. This is the dawn Egyptian vulture. It is a really cool name, and it's fun to say too. Say it to yourself. Eoneophron. Eoneophron. But yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And Cassie Dreamer says, I love vultures. Nature's cleanup crew? I agree. They're such underappreciated animals. They really are. And dawn, D-A-W-N, like dawn, like morning, like the beginning. Daybreak. The daybreak vulture. Eoneophron. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Here, let's get into the actual paper here. In the journal PLOS ONE, this is open access. No paywall. Beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. There's the link there in the chat for you. And go into downloads there. And there we go. Beautiful. A new Oviraptorosaur from the Endomystrictian Hell Creek Formation of North America. Oh, and Holly is an author on this too? I didn't even realize that. Holy cow. That's awesome. That is awesome. Very, very cool. Yeah. Super cool. She must have done the histo for this. Let's go to the etymology as we're talking about vultures. Introduction. Materials and methods.
What are these archaeologists, fellas?
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a paleontologist.
Oh.
We dig deeper.
Casey Snellart.
And their 10 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Casey, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. It's wonderful to have you here. Holy cow. Thank you for the raid. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We are, of course, talking about a new kind of dinosaur from the Hell Creek Formation, just described last week. And two of my old friends are authors on the paper, which is exciting stuff. It's also got really cool implications for dinosaur biodiversity at the very end of the age of dinosaurs, which is really cool too. So yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Stream is good, drawing modern dinosaurs, and went out on a new dinosaur sculpt. Haven't done that in a while. That's awesome, Casey. I saw your Amargasaurus illustration on Blue Sky earlier, by the way. Very nice. I like that a lot. Good stuff. Yeah, we're talking about both modern and extinct dinosaurs now. We've got a brand new dinosaur, just described last week. A new Oviraptorosaur from the Hell Creek of South Dakota. Eoneophron. And, it happens to be named after a particular creature that you are probably familiar with, Casey Snowart. It's Eoneophron.
No sign of restoration failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true, says Admin. Thank you for keeping me from going extinct for the past 7 months, and thank you for doing it at a tier 2 sub now. That has helped a lot in getting us to our Partner Plus goal, which it looks like, again, not to count any chickens before they've yet emerged from their embryonic state, but it looks like we've got it, says Admin, and that's thanks in part to you, so thank you so much for that. Holy cow. And allow me to introduce you to a new Oviraptorosaur dinosaur called Eoneophron, and that name comes from a modern dinosaur, the Egyptian vulture, whose name is Neophron. Eoneophron means the dawn neophron, dawn vulture, daybreak vulture, beginning vulture. Yeah, and it's a smidge loud. Let me turn it down a bit. There we go. That should be better. Thank you, Claire. Yeah. Pretty cool. So let's look at the etymology here. Sectioning. There we go. Etymology. The genus name, Eoneophron, is derived from the ancient Greek Eo, meaning dawn, and from the genus name of the Egyptian vulture, Neophron, sometimes referred to as the Pharaoh's chicken. There is kind of a tradition of using chickeny words to refer to Oviraptorosaurs, this group of dinosaurs. Yeah. And Smorphosaurus, thank you for the 21 months of support. I appreciate that very much.
21 months? That's almost a whole year.
There you go, Smorp. Thank you for the 21 months at tier 2. Thank you so much, Smorp. Holy cow. Do I appreciate that. Thank you, Smorp. Holy moly. Yeah. The genus name of the Egyptian vulture Neophron, sometimes referred to as the Pharaoh's chicken. The species name derives from the Latin for hell, in reference to the Hell Creek Formation. Together, the taxon name equates to Pharaoh's dawn chicken from hell. Oh, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Good stuff. Eoneophron infernalis has implications for the ecology and diversity of caenignathids in the latest Cretaceous period. As many as 3 caenignathed species of varying body size may have inhabited the ecosystems of the Hell Creek Formation, but like in other regions, a poor fossil record makes untangling the taxonomy of these species problematic. The ecology of caenignathed dinosaurs likewise remains poorly understood, but Eoneophron infernalis expands the range of variation within Caenignathidae, and suggests that their diversity in Laurasia remained largely stable between 84 and 66 million years ago, and that these dinosaurs remained successful components of Laurasian ecosystems until the end Cretaceous extinction. So why is that important? Let me tell you why. There's this idea that at the end of the Cretaceous period, before the dinosaurs went extinct, except for birds, that they were generally declining in diversity. They were fading out of existence. They were becoming less and less diverse. And that they kind of went out with a whimper instead of out with a bang. That's kind of an old idea. And we see this in a lot of other groups of animals, that when a group is getting ready to go extinct, you've got a general decline in species diversity. One species goes extinct, and then another species goes extinct. So you've got just like this general downslide, sliding down, trending downward of diversity. But it seems like, with the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds, it might not have been like that. For one thing, this is the only big extinction event in Earth's history where it was practically instantaneous, from a geological perspective. Because we had this enormous asteroid that slammed into the Gulf of Mexico. A giant rock from outer space, the size of San Francisco, hit the Yucatan Peninsula and just, made life on Earth hell for maybe a couple years after that. Maybe like a decade after that or something. But geologically speaking, that is instantaneous. It might as well just have been a bad weekend. About 3/4 of life on Earth died out at that time. Probably 95% of the actual, living, breathing creatures themselves at, an individual level died out. Maybe more. Maybe 99%. It was crazy, So, yeah. But what does this mean for that? Well, there were a couple of papers that came out a couple years ago that suggested that dinosaurs were declining in diversity from the Campanian epoch into the Maastrichtian epoch. So that you've got this dip in diversity, and you have some paleontologists who said, well, dinosaurs were probably on their way out anyway. Even if the asteroid hadn't struck, they probably still would have gone extinct. This paper provides a strong argument in the opposite direction. Dinosaurs were doing really, really well, actually. Pretty much as well as they had ever been. And that makes that extinction event all the more scary, So yeah. With this new evidence, we started making thorough comparisons with other members of the family to determine where Eoneophron and Furnalis fit within the group, the scientists said. It also inspired us to re-examine other bones previously believed to be Anzu. And we now knew that more canegnathed dinosaurs lived in western North America during that time. Our new discovery suggests that this dinosaur group was not declining in diversity at the very end of the Cretaceous. These fossils show that there are still new species to be discovered, and support the idea that at least part of the pattern of decreasing diversity is a result of sampling and preservation biases. I would be inclined to agree about that. This is exciting stuff, and I don't know, it kind of dovetails nicely with some of my own soapboxes. It also takes histology really seriously, which is also exciting to see. I like this a lot. This seems like a really well done paper. Yeah. But yeah, and Mayor Space, you're right. Keep your eyes on the stars. You never know what might be looming up there. Sometimes I feel like the folks at NASA should maybe send us paleontologists, like a box of chocolates or a fruit basket or something, Because the fact that we've been able to determine that
the biggest question of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
The Bretzler. Oh, holy cow, Bretzler.
Brutzler and their 42 raiders have arrived to ask exactly that question.
Welcome, Brutzler. Back to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It is good to have you here. Welcome, everybody. CNC Schrauber says, moin. Same to you, CNC Schrauber. Welcome. Brutzler, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Thanks for bringing everybody here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We are talking about a brand new kind of dinosaur just described last week called Eoneophron. Take a look at this. Yeah. Two of my my old friends are actually co-authors on this paper, which is really, really cool. So yeah. We're about to really kind of dive into this paper and talk about why it's important. We're already kind of talking about why it's important. But should we pause and do a welcome video? Have we got any new folks in the chat? Might appreciate a little introduction to the channel. A little explanation of what a paleontologist is doing on this platform in the first place. Give me a 1 in chat if you would like a quick welcome video. And again, Brutzler, thank you for your raid. I do really appreciate it. Good stuff. How did your stream go? Tell me about it. Looks like you were doing some science and technology as well. Ah, Deutsch. I know a phrase in German. Super toll. That means super cool, right? Super toll. Yeah, anyway. Thank you for the raid. And we've got some ones here. Let's call forth a friend of ours. Let's call forth previously recorded Danny. Without further ado, let's bring him on to introduce any new folks here to what this channel is all about. Previously recorded Danny. Go ahead and take it away. Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Trirarchuncus, the last of the alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails always heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and of course, thank you even more to the Brutesler for that raid. I really appreciate it, and it is wonderful to have you here. Why don't we get back into our brand new dinosaur, Eoneophron. What a cool name. So this is, of course, a kind of Oviraptorosaur. Oviraptorosaurs are this group of dinosaurs. They look... This is another one from the Hell Creek Formation. In fact, when the bones of this dinosaur were first examined, they were thought to have belonged to this creature. This particular dinosaur called Anzu. Anzu wileyi is the genus and species. Oh, and you can even buy a toy one from Safari Limited. That's really cool. Oh, man. That's really neat. But yeah, these were almost kind of chicken-like dinosaurs in a way. They're very, very bird-like. They were big, too. This is a dinosaur like, you know, as large or larger than an ostrich. Probably heavier than an ostrich. Cool critters. Cool critters. Anzu. And, there we go. This is another article about this same discovery. Let's get into it. I felt my heart skip a beat. Researcher discovers dinosaur chicken from hell after buying fossil online? Oh boy, what? A grad student had just discovered a never-before-seen dinosaur after he purchased fossils online for a class project. The beaked beast, named Pharaoh's Dawn Chicken from Hell, Eoneophron infernalis, roamed Earth during the late Cretaceous period. So it was between 68 and 66 million years ago. This is the entire late Cretaceous. This dinosaur is from the very last sliver of that. It hails from the South Dakota section of the Hell Creek Formation. Yeah. Study lead author Kyle Atkins Weltman, a doctoral student at Oklahoma State University, told Live Science that he purchased 4 fossils for $5,000 in 2020 when he couldn't find the bones needed to complete one of his first research projects. Oh, that tempers my enthusiasm a little bit for this. Buying fossils? That's not something that I'm fond of. But yeah. The hind limb fossils were supposed to be from a cassowary-like dinosaur, Anzu wiley, nicknamed the Chicken from Hell. However, when Atkins Weltman had the fossils scanned, he discovered that they were an unidentified species. Yeah. After careful consideration, Atkins Weltman settled on Eoneophron infernalis as the name of the new species. Eoneophron combines the Greek words eos, meaning dawn, identifying the species as ancient, and neophron, which is the genus name for Egyptian vultures, also called Pharaoh's chicken. The reference to Pharaoh's chicken meant Atkins Weltman included the chicken nickname of A. wiley while also honoring his recently deceased pet Nile monitor lizard named Pharaoh. It was an important part of my life, Atkins Weltman, who has autism, said. He was an emotional support animal, and he helped me get through some of the most difficult parts of being a scientist, and dealing with all the stress and everything that comes with it. Oh. The species name infernalis is derived from the Latin word for hell, which is a nod to the Hell Creek Formation, and completes the A. wiley Chicken from Hell reference. Yeah. E. infernalis will be held at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, after Atkins Weltman donated it to the collection. While he was open about purchasing the fossils, he added that the commercialization of fossils is problematic. Good for him. Privately held bones are effectively useless to science if they're not accessible, he said. Yeah, basically, unless they're donated to a museum, they essentially don't exist in terms of science. So he's right about that. Yeah. Studying the bones has helped researchers shed light on the diversity of dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous before a catastrophic asteroid strike wiped most of them out. Actually, all of them except for a few birds. Atkins Weltman noticed that there was a decline in dinosaur groups such as tyrannosaurs and lambeosaurines in the last 2 million years of this period. Pre-asteroid dinosaur decline is still debated. However, the presence of E. infernalis, A. wiley, and evidence for a third, currently undescribed species living at the same time suggests that decline wasn't mirrored in the Cainognathans. This group seems to have maintained stability and diversity, whereas other groups suffered, he said. My guess is that they were omnivores and very versatile, switching food sources to survive, he said. That's an idea. I think part of this also might be sampling bias, and also an overestimate of the diversity of dinosaurs during the Campanian. I think that's a huge part of it, is that there seems to be a decline in dinosaur diversity, such that exists. Like, just because dinosaur diversity is overinflated before that. So there seems to be a decline when I think that decline may have been much, much more minor if it existed at all. Does that make sense? Yeah. Part of this is because of this, too. This is the International Chronostratigraphic Chart. So, like, time chart. We're here up at the top right now. You watching right now on Twitch, or maybe later on YouTube or whatever, you are here within these black pixels at the very end of the Cenozoic era. That's not the end. The era continues, but the point is you're here at the top. In the present day. The Cenozoic is the age of mammals. It goes back to 66 million years ago. Right there is where that asteroid hit and ended the Mesozoic era. So, at the end of the Cretaceous period, which is at the end of the Mesozoic era. This is where the asteroid hit 66 million years ago. At the end of the Maastrichtian epoch. So this is where the Hell Creek Formation is, the Upper Maastrichtian. Dinosaurs like Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus and Ankylosaurus, and now Eoneophron are all from the Upper Maastrichtian, the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs, the very end of the Cretaceous, the very end of the Mesozoic era. It is also the very end of the Maastrichtian. Now, before the Maastrichtian, you have the Campanian. This is when you had a lot of other dinosaurs, Albertosaurus and Daspletosaurus, Parasaurolophus and Corythosaurus, and etc., all from the Campanian. Dinosaurs, everybody's always said that they're very, very diverse during the Campanian, and then they decrease in diversity in the Maastrichtian, right before the asteroid impact. Here's the thing. The Campanian's like 3 times longer than the Maastrichtian. Depending on who you ask. I don't know. From 83 to 72, that's 11 million years right there. Like, that's a long time. From 72 to 66, that's like 6 million years. So yeah, the Campanian's almost twice as long as the Maastrichtian. And there's tons and tons and tons of exposures of the Campanian, especially throughout North America. Especially up in Montana and Canada and places like that. Of course, it might seem like there's a decline in dinosaur diversity between the Campanian and the Maastrichtian. The Campanian's twice as long and has been really intensely well sampled. I think that's probably a big part of it as well. That's mentioned in several papers about, like, supposed declining dinosaur diversity during the Maastrichtian. I still don't know if it's really properly taken into account. I think a big part of the apparent drop in diversity might be because of that, if that makes sense. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. I hope that makes sense, and I hope that adds something to the discussion here. Let me get some water. And... of course, I'm some deck and traps. And yeah, Catch the Dreamer, it seems like maybe the most intense eruptions from the Deccan Traps are after the asteroid impact. There used to be a really, really big debate among paleontologists studying the end Cretaceous extinction. Was it the asteroid impact that was really the culprit for that big biodiversity crisis, the extinction events? Or was it volcanic eruptions in India, the Deccan Traps? Opinion of scientists, the general consensus is tilted very, very, very heavily toward the asteroid hypothesis. There's still a few holdouts for Deccan volcanism being the main factor, but that seems to be a position that's dwindling, if that makes sense. Yeah. But yeah. Ristego says this era is taking a nosedive in diversity. It is, currently. In our present time, yes. Yeah. Delusionisme says both, maybe. It's easy to say that, consensus position, let's just cut the baby in half. We'll say it was both. But I kind of have my doubts about that. Yeah. There was a paper that came out a couple years ago. Almost 4 years ago now. Which, a friend of mine published here. Asteroid impact, not volcanism, caused the end Cretaceous dinosaur extinction. Alessandro Chiarenza is lead author on this. We dug up a Triceratops together, at the Yoshi's Trike site, up in the Hell Creek Formation of Garfield County, Montana, back in 2011. The idea here is that by very, very carefully tracking global temperatures at the end of the Cretaceous and at the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, and also like tracking the volcanism at the same time, the hypothesis here is that at these different points that they measured, global temperatures increased due to volcanism. So when those volcanoes are spewing out massive amounts of like sulfur dioxide and stuff like that, methane, that it's warming the Earth globally. And then you have this asteroid that struck here 66 million years ago. Right there at the red line. The idea is that the volcanoes may have actually made things not as bad. They may have helped mitigate some of the effects of the asteroid impact and that, like, impact winter that we think happened. The idea is that rather than contributing to the extinction event, the Deccan Traps eruptions might be the only reason why we, as mammals, survived that. Is that because global temperatures were raised temporarily because of those volcanic eruptions, that when global temperatures dropped, they didn't drop as far as they could have. Like, because they were already starting off really high because of the volcanic eruptions. That's the idea there. Here's a link to that paper. It's an interesting idea. It really is. And yeah. Long-term forcing from Deccan volcanism, carbon dioxide-induced warming, led to increased habitat suitability. Short-term aerosol cooling volcanism still allows equatorial habitability. These results support the asteroid impact as the main driver of the non-avian dinosaur extinction. By contrast, induced warming from volcanism mitigated the most extreme effects of asteroid impact, potentially reducing the extinction severity. It's a really cool paper, and I just linked it in the chat if you want to see it. So yeah. Anywho, when we're talking about this extinction event, it's also important to consider kind of dinosaur diversity at the time. Again, there's been an idea for a long, long time that dinosaurs were already in decline. Many lineages were already going extinct. And that the asteroid impact, if that caused the extinction, it was just the final blow. The discovery of this new dinosaur does not support that idea. It argues pretty strongly against it, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Azure Fire says, wouldn't volcanic eruptions also spew ash, which would contribute to darkening skies? Locally, that would be the case, but this wouldn't have been like a global thing necessarily, Azure Fire. The idea is that it would have been whatever effects that they had from like aerosol particles in the atmosphere, that would have been drowned out by just the sheer amount of greenhouse emissions that would have raised global temperatures. That makes sense. Yeah. But yeah. Delusionism says, I think an asteroid of that size could cause a huge increase in volcanic activity. Maybe, but again, in this case, volcanic activity may have had a mitigating influence. Volcanic activity is going to raise global temperatures. Like, that's the idea there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway. Really interesting stuff. With this new paper right here, man, I'm excited about this for a number of reasons. Not least of which because my old friends are publishing this. Very cool stuff. So they've got a few bones of this critter. And they did some histo on them, which is really, really important. Let's talk for a minute about what histology is. because this is going to be a new concept to some of you, I think. And it is really, really important stuff. You're not going to understand this paper unless you understand this.
Hi, my name's Lisa Herzog. I'm in the Paleontology Research Lab here at the museum. And in front of me, laid out, I have a femur of a fossil theropod dinosaur known as Acrocanthosaurus.
Yep.
Acrocanthosaurus is one of our most famous specimens that is on display and mounted in the museum. However, we had to take the original bones off display so that we could preserve them. This fossil has something known as pyrite disease or pyrite decay, which can be very detrimental for a specimen if it's not stored in a controlled environment. Exposure to oxygen in the atmosphere and moisture in the atmosphere can cause the pyrite to decay the specimen. So we've taken it off display and it's safely stored in cabinetry downstairs. Now that the specimen's off display, one of the things we are doing with it is conducting additional research on the specimen to help with the body of research on this particular animal. The process we're doing is called creating a histological slide, or it's also known as histology.
This is super, super important because if we're trying to figure out if a dinosaur is young or old when it died, like say you find two dinosaurs in the same age of rocks, one of them is small and one of them is big.
The history of life, it's very quirky, fortuitous,
Armageddon,
chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Hello all.
It's true. Armageddon, thank you for the 7 months of support. Really appreciate you. Thanks for helping me avoid extinction for the past 7 months through your continued support, Armageddon. What an appropriate name for today, too, as we're talking about the extinction of the dinosaurs, except for birds. But yeah. Histology is super, super important. Say that you find two specimens of the same family of dinosaurs in the same age of rocks. Say you find two different pachycephalosaurs or two different oviraptorosaurs, like we're talking about today. You find a big one and a small one, and you want to figure out, well, these critters lived at the same time. They're from the same family. They look pretty similar. Are these two different species of dinosaur, or are they the same species at two different growth stages? Really, the only reliable way to figure that out, if they're similar enough, the only reliable way to figure that out is through what we call histology. You got to look at the interior of the bones because that tells you how old the animals were when they died. Is this one over here really small because it's just a small species? Or is it small because it's young and it looks different because it's not full grown yet? You know? When we're talking about ontogeny, you know, like the growth of Triceratops here, it changes so much as it grows and matures. Look how much the shapes of those horns change as the animal grows up. It's pretty dramatic.
Ontogeny.
There used to be like 20 different species of Triceratops that had been named because people kept finding different growth stages. And going, this one looks different. Must be a new species. And nope. They just change a lot as they grow and develop.
Ontogeny.
They also evolve throughout the Hell Creek Formation as well, and that accounts for a little bit of that morphological diversity too. But anyway, the important thing to understand is that histology is super, super important. Dave Minis, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing, and I'm glad you think this is fascinating. I think it is too. Oh, this is so important. But sometimes this information can be hard-won, you know? In order to actually figure out if an individual dinosaur specimen was old or young when it died, you got to cut it open. So we'll continue. Check it out.
Which means that we're going to be looking at the specimen on a microscopic level in cross-section.
Yep.
So what we have to do for that is cut the specimen in half. Before we go through this whole process, we consult with other members of the department to make sure that this is a worthwhile venture.
There you are again. Yeah, you change shape a lot as you grow.
It's a destructive process. So I've already gone through the first step of this process. I cut the bone in half, and then I cut a section out of it. And here's what it looks like now after.
And so she didn't mention this part, but usually what we do when we take a section out of the middle is we mold and cast that. So we put that into some, like, you know, a silicone mold, and then we make a cast of it. So we've got an exact replica of that chunk. Because that chunk is going to be sacrificed for the sake of science, in this case. So we make sure we've got an identical chunk that we can glue back in there afterward. And then you paint it, and it looks like nothing ever happened, you know? Yeah. And Oedipus Complex says, imagine analyzing a butterfly without knowing that it was a larva. There you go, yeah, like, oh, these little squirmy guys, they must be related to worms. And then they're very different from the flappy lepidopterans there. It's like, no, it's the same creature. They change tremendously through ontogeny. So, yeah.
After this section was cut out, this little slice, I embedded it in a clear epoxy resin for stability. I'm going to be polishing this real smooth and gluing it down to a slide. And then we're going to polish it even more so it's very, very thin and transparent, and we can look at it with light transmitting through the slide on a microscope. And we.
Does that make sense? So she's got to first embed this in resin so that you can cut through it with a saw and it won't just turn into dust. That resin is really, really important because it allows you to, you know, cut it really, really thin like that. The resin kind of holds it together, gives it shape like that so that it doesn't just, you know, disintegrate. Does that make sense?
I'm going to be polishing this real smooth and gluing it down to a slide.
And I'll give you a link
and
here.
Then we're going to polish it even more so it's very, very thin and transparent, and we can look at it with light transmitting through the slide on a microscope, and we can actually see the cellular structure of the bone. One of the things that this can tell us is how an animal grew, if there's any sort of pathologies, meaning if it had any kind of diseases, it'll show up in its bone, and it'll help us understand how old this animal might have been when it died. Was it really, really old? Was it a teenager? Was it still growing? We can tell that by looking at the specimen in this way. This is actually a pretty common method in paleontology, especially for this type of dinosaur.
I would like to see this become absolutely standard practice, where, like, it's hard to publish a paper unless you do this method. Like, this should absolutely become standard operating procedure, in my opinion. That would really help us prevent the superfluous naming of dinosaurs that aren't actually new. It's one of the cool things about this paper that we're discussing right now is that they did this, and they did this well.
So one of the things we're planning on doing with the dueling dinosaurs is processing the...
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
It's true, Hippo
mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Tyrannosaur in this way so that it'll help us understand that animal even better. And we're looking forward to doing that process and conducting the research to help us understand those animals a lot better as well.
Nice. Yeah, very cool. So again, here is a link to that video there in the chat. And then let's take a look at that paper here. Hang on, this is not working. There we go. So, from our new paper right here, a new Oviraptorosaur from the End Maastrichtian Hell Creek Formation of North America, we've got histo. So they actually cut the bones open, did a thin section like this, and there is a thin section there of the femur of this animal. A thigh bone. In plain polarized light. Yeah. And figure A, reconstructed cross-section of femur with lines of arrested growth, traced in light blue. Those are so subtle, it's hard to see on here. But those are the lags, the lines of arrested growth. So the animal's growing, and then when the growth slows down, that registers as like kind of a line of slower growth there in the bone. Kind of like with a tree ring, you know? Close-up of cross-sections with black arrows denoting the lines of arrested growth. And they're subtle there, but there's one lag there, and another one, another one, another one, another one, and another one. And it doesn't quite look like we have an EFS yet, an external fundamental signature. An EFS, external fundamental signature, is like on the outside when the lines get so close to each other that they're like indistinguishable from one another. And that tells you that the animal is pretty much done growing. It's reached its full adult size. It's no longer going through a growth spurt or anything. That's an EFS. We do not have an EFS here, but these, again, these are hard to see. I wish they made them a different color. You know, blue or something. But there's one there, and then it's a long way until you get to the next one. And a little bit closer, a little further, a little bit closer, even closer. So it seems like the animal is slowing down in its growth. This tells us not that the animal is a skeletally mature adult, but that it's no longer a juvenile. You know? It's not reached its full size yet, but it's not a teenager who's just packing on the pounds either. Yeah. So yeah, let's see. Lag spacing is then abruptly decreased between the final 3 lags nearest the periosteal surface. Lags 4 to 6 are traceable but merge with the periosteal surface in places. Though the primary tissue within these outer 3 zones is fibrolamellar on the anterior side, the tissue is parallel fibered to lamellar on the posterior side. An overlay of lag tracings reveals very little cortical drift over ontogeny after the first year of life. Transverse thin section circumference is 64.2 millimeters. So, what we're looking at here is an animal. Oh, and they did the tibia too. That is excellent. I'm so glad they did the tib as well. The femur sometimes can be a little tricky. Femurs do a lot of remodeling. Like, the lags can get messed up or squashed, or the tibia is usually the best bone for dinosaurs, from what I understand, because there's the least amount of remodeling in it. That bone kind of stays true for the whole dinosaur's life. So, lag 1, lag 2, 3, 4, and 5 here in the tibia. Yeah. Note the change in vascularity from the inner to the outer cortex. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And they even did a histosection of the right metatarsal. They did not scrimp on the histology here. Good for them. Good stuff. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. Really neat. And then they did a phylogenetic analysis. So this is when you take a bunch of different characteristics of the animal and you kind of code them as different numbers, and then you run those numbers through a computer. And the computer will spit out what we call a cladogram, like this. And again, this is probably going to be a new concept for some of you, so let me show you a quick clip of how cladistics works.
Evolutionary characters. The method is called cladistics, a systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics.
And
these
so
animals are more
this is a way to try and make things slightly more objective when we're trying to figure out which organisms are more closely related to which other organisms. You can look at them and you can, gain a lot of clues just by looking at those critters. But if you assign numeric values to those, it can try and make things more objective. And so this is this is standard operating procedure for dinosaurs. Sometimes papers won't get published unless they have a cladogram, unless they've actually done a cladistic analysis like this.
Closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly, because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not. These 3 are more closely related to each other than to the fish, because they all have 4 bony limbs. And these 2 are closer still because only they have feathers. The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Yeah.
Most of the features that you have.
And McCloudy Gaming, thanks for dropping in there. Appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How are you doing?
Diagram called a cladogram.
A cladogram.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors.
Oh, and by the way, this corresponds to our tree of life here. When we go to, let's see, let's try deuterostomes. Yeah. Or maybe protostomes? Yeah, deuterostomes. There we go. Yeah. So this is just a different way of basically illustrating this concept right here. Our Tree of Life website like this, it's the same information, just different shape. You know? It's a different way of illustrating it. So within the deuterostomes, you have the core dates. Actually, yeah, protostomes. Oh, I guess that would be Nephrozoa. Within Nephrozoa, you've got the insects, like the dragonfly right here. That would be up here within protostomes. And then you've got the trout, this lizard, this ostrich, and this gull. There we go. Yeah, the trout would be here within bony fishes. So that's bony vertebrates. And then to get to the lizard, that's within amniotes, within sauropsids. And then within sauropsids, you've got birds, like the ostrich. And then the gull is going to be over there. So it's the same information, just illustrated in a different way. Does that make sense? Yeah.
The features that you have are inherited.
Cladogram.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors. And only a few features are really unique to you. And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you.
Oh, and speaking of flightless birds like that ostrich, check this out. Cassowary. Sword play and sorcery. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? It's good to have you here.
And are carried on by your descendants. And not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors. You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers. Because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle. All right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails. And we're big.
Sure.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
This is how you make a cladogram, at least back in 1991.
The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
So in this case, oh man, it's so much more complicated than this nowadays. But yeah. So 1s and 2s and 0s, you're basically taking those different characteristics and you're just applying a numeric value to them. You plug those numeric values into the computer, and then it spits out a cladogram for you.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs. And birds are the continuation of that line.
There's various ways that you can kind of test these. So, like, you can tweak things a little bit. You can try and and get the computer to spit out an answer that's wrong so that you can see, like, oh, well, if I tweak this little bit or if I leave this out, how much does this affect the outcome? Like, you can break it in very, like, interesting and intelligent ways to try and test if it's actually working properly. But yeah, that is at its maybe most simple. That's how we do cladistics. One of these days, I'm going to do a whole series of streams about cladistics. It's important to talk about. It's also important to talk about the limitations of stuff like this. Because it is very much a garbage in, garbage out kind of system. But here is a cladogram from our new paper with Eoneophron and Fernalis right there. And so what's interesting is that this dinosaur was previously assumed to just be a juvenile Anzu. And Anzu comes out right here on the tree. And so if it were a juvenile Anzu, you would expect them to be a little bit closer to each other. They're still not super distant or anything. Although, sometimes when you code a juvenile animal, assuming that it's an adult, it comes out as more primitive on the tree. There's this idea that ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny. That basically, like, the further back you go, well, it's like the juveniles of different species look more similar to each other than the adults of different species do. You know? Kind of like this. This is true to a certain extent. But it's definitely true for, you know, critters like dinosaurs. If one of them is immature, and you put that into a cladogram, it's going to come out as more basal on the cladogram, as closer to the origin point of the clade, as more primitive, so to speak. So that's something you got to watch out for here. I'm really suspicious of, like, using a cladogram to try and test ideas about ontogeny, because it's just not really the way things work. So it's really, really good that they did histo here. It's excellent. I would be very suspicious of this paper. I'd be very, very suspicious of their findings, saying that, oh yeah, this is definitely a brand new Oviraptorosaur from the Hell Creek. I'd be very suspicious if they had not done histo. So good on them for doing that. Holy cow. Good stuff. Good stuff. And this specimen contributes to a growing body of caenignathed longbone histoanalyses, but it is the first published assessment of caenignathed femoral histology. First time they cut open one of the thigh bones to do histo on it. The histology of the femur, tibia, and metatarsal 4 are congruent, suggesting that the ontogenetic signal they provide is reliable. So if you cut open a bunch of different bones and you're getting different signals for each of them, like this one shows that the animal is done growing, this one shows that it's still growing really rapidly, that would be cause for suspicion. That's not what's going on right here. You know? Yeah. Oh, and I just realized we got a shout out from Tyrex. Let's do that real quick. There we go. We'll fire one back. We'll follow Tyrex if you like just chatting, variety streaming, discussions of mental health and that kind of thing. Tyrex was she was in the medical field, and then left because it just turned out to be kind of toxic. Overworked, underpaid, too stressful. I get that. So now she streams on Twitch full time, I think. Go give her a follow if that sounds interesting to you. Anyway. Although the large medullary cavities of each bone leave the possibility that one or more legs from earlier ontogeny were obliterated by medullary cavity expansion, the presence of putative neonatal line followed by 6 legs and metatarsal 4 suggests the death of this individual occurred during its 6th year of life. So, this critter was 6 years old when it died, is their best guess here. Because the 6th leg is so close to the periosteal surface, and often merges with the surface in each bone examined, death probably occurred shortly after this individual emerged from its annual growth hiatus. An annual growth hiatus is interesting too, because it kind of implies that there would have been a growing season and a season of more like stasis in the Hell Creek Formation. Maybe there's a wet season and a dry season. Maybe there's more food during one particular season. They're doing a lot more growing. Yeah. Could be winter or could be summer, Clever. I don't know. But yeah. It's interesting. I've never really heard anybody talk about histological analysis as a proxy for determining seasonality in ancient ecosystems. At least in dinosaurs. That would be really, really cool. And if and when we bring on some of the authors of this paper to discuss it, that would be cool to discuss too. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Just a really, really cool paper, and I love the artwork that's going on here. Slightly whimsical, but really nice. I think this is Anzu. I think this is Neo-Eophron, and then this is another smaller Caenignathed. Yeah, artist depiction of Eo-Neophron infernalis, top left. Here we go. MOR 572, bottom left. This is a Museum of the Rockies specimen from the same museum that I used to work at. And Anzu Wiley, top right, in the Hell Creek Formation. Very nice. Cool stuff. As many as 3 taxa of varying body size may have inhabited the Maastrichtian ecosystems of the Hell Creek Formation. So at the very end of the Age of Dinosaurs, places like Montana and South Dakota, there may have been 3 Oviraptorosaurs. 3 species, 3 taxa like these guys. Really cool. But like in other regions, a poor fossil record makes untangling the taxonomy of these species problematic. The ecology of Caenignathids likely remains poorly understood. But E. infernalis, our new dinosaur, expands the range of morphological variation within the family and suggests that Caenignathiid diversity in Laurasia remained largely stable through the Campanian Maastrichtian. These dinosaurs remained successful components of Laurasian ecosystems until the big one, until that extinction event when the asteroid hits. Oh boy. Really cool paper overall. Really, really cool paper. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, Bee Burgers has got a question too. They want to know, how do paleontologists tell between internal bones, like how a bison has bits on its vertebrae, and exposed stuff, like beaks and horns? For dinosaurs, well, actually, for like all animals with bones, the idea is that the bones are all internal. I'll show you what I mean. Let's talk about a bison, for instance. So, on a bison skull, here's a nice one there. The white part is bone. That's covered by flesh, by skin, by fur, various kinds of integument like that. And then you see the horn right here. That horn does have a bony core on the inside, but it's covered by a layer of keratin. That horn is keratin. It's kind of like our fingernails material. So that's on the exterior, right? Think of that as like more additional skin. With dinosaurs, it's the same way. Where like we're looking at the skull of, say, Anzu. Yeah. All of this would have been internal. But do you see how the texture on this part... Oh man, this must be a big image. It's loading slowly. See how the texture is all scrungy right here? All that scrunginess. This is like on a... maybe like a hornbill bird. This would have been an attachment point for keratin. So like a fingernail-like material, or you know, like on a hornbill. They've got kind of a scrungy. Scrungy texture along here too. So in life, this is covered by keratin, and that's the exterior. Same with the beak. The beak's got kind of a scrungy texture there too. That's because there's little blood vessels that go through those little scrungy lines. And the blood vessels supply the keratin with nutrients, so it can continue to grow. It's a living, growing, part of the animal. So like Dilophosaurus, the frills on the top, crests we call them, would still be internal. Bee burgers, yeah, that's kind of the idea. Yeah. Did that creature sponsor prehistoric Fruit Loops? This is a creature from today. This is a hornbill Rhacodactylus. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of species of hornbill. And they are still around. I think this is the great hornbill. And they are pretty great. I love them. Really, really cool. Yeah. And speaking of Dilophosaurus, I'm really glad you asked about that critter there. Because, Dilophosaurus provides an excellent example.
Dinosaurs.
Let's talk about that crest. Here we go. Excellent video by Brian Angle. I'll give you the link to it right here.
There's that, and then
if you like Dilophosaurus, you need to watch this whole video.
All the way up into the crest. The crest is hollow.
So the idea behind this video is to kind of like improve people's understanding of Dilophosaurus, because there's so much that we don't know about this animal. It's not been very well studied. And so they published a paper on this. I think Adam Marsh was lead author on it. And, yeah, like, what do we actually know about this animal? And since it was never, like, described in great detail, they did that here. And even, like, talked about the shape of the crest and everything else.
Dilophosaurus's crest is the result of taking this developmental pattern to a bizarre extreme and expanding those airspaces upward, so much so that we don't even know the full size and shape of Dilophosaurus's bony crests because the top edge isn't even preserved.
Yep. Yeah.
Because of the lateral crushing of the fossils, it's also a bit unclear how many layers of thin-walled, air-filled bone actually make up each of the crests.
Yep.
And the largest specimen...
Oh, man, I got to work on this specimen when I was in high school. This is the only good skull of Dilophosaurus in the entire world. And it's actually just down the road from me right now in Berkeley, California. That's where it's reposited. This crest is incredibly thin, like a potato chip. Or if you're from a Commonwealth country, then from a potato crisp, I guess. It's so thin that, like, light can pass through it. Incredibly, incredibly, incredibly thin.
Specimen with the best preserved crest has areas with thicker bars of bone.
Look at that. Like, this has been strengthened with glue. Some of these parts are mostly glue. Incredibly thin. So yeah, right here, those hands
crushing of the fossils.
Yeah, that's Pat's hand right there. Patricia Holroyd was my mentor when I was at UCMP in high school. And we have, let's see, you'll probably see her in a minute.
It's also a bit unclear how many layers of thin-walled, air-filled bone actually make up each of the crests. And the largest specimen with the best preserved crest has areas with thicker bars of bone, reinforcing the inside of the preserved crest.
And so you notice that there's like plastic struts right here. Obviously, those are not part of the original animal. Those have been put in here to keep the thing from flexing because it's so delicate that it basically needs, like an artificial framework to hold it together. It doesn't have the best preservation. So, like, we're really lucky that we have this much of this thing because it wasn't very well preserved. The fossilization process, sometimes it's excellent, and sometimes it leaves something to be desired, and this is one of those latter cases.
I mean, if this is a big pneumatic thing, like, none of this might even be visible externally, but it's interesting to note.
Living bone is much more durable than brittle fossils, and so much of...
And B-Burger says it's enormous. Yeah, that's the thing. Jurassic Park, I think, misled people. I really like this picture here. Kudos to whoever made this. Excellent stuff. That's the actual size for Dilophosaurus. You know? It's not a small dinosaur. It's way bigger than the one in Jurassic Park. Oh boy. And don't give me this thing about, oh, the one in Jurassic Park was supposed to be a baby. They never say that in the movie. The one in the book was a lot bigger. And then when they keep bringing it back in the Jurassic World series, it's always super small. So, like, I don't know. In Jurassic World, it's pretty obvious they just didn't care anymore. But, like, I've heard that in the original Jurassic Park... Oh, Pulsar, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. In the original Jurassic Park, they made it really small artificially because they didn't want audiences to get it confused with the Dromaeosaurs, with the Velociraptor. So they downsized it. Also, I guess it was cheaper to build a smaller one. So yeah. Mama Bonbon says, blame the frog DNA. No, I blame the director. That's who I blame. Frog DNA thing is just that's an excuse, you know? It's just kind of a lazy excuse, and some of the dinosaurs are really, really decent, you know? Like the Tyrannosaurus for the time, pretty exquisite, pretty excellent. So the whole frog DNA thing is like, it's just a lame excuse, you know? I don't tolerate that. Anyway, that's actually really nice too. Yeah. Anyway, Dilophosaurus was a big, formidable animal. Just completely different vibe from what you see in the Jurassic Park series and the Jurassic World series. Yeah. Oh, and this looks like, I think this is one of Yashua's illustrations. Yashua streams here on Twitch, Paleo Stream. Let me get a shout out for Paleo Stream real quick. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Ricadactyls. I'm glad you're enjoying the music. Yeah. And HD says they made the Velociraptors big and the Dilophosaurs small so the audiences wouldn't be confused. I mean, kind of. They needed to make the Velociraptor... Well, so here's the thing. The Velociraptors in Jurassic Park are not actually Velociraptor. They're a different dinosaur called Deinonychus. Deinonychus. It's a long story, but it's a fact. They're not Velociraptor. They're Deinonychus. They just call them Velociraptor in that. Again, it's a long story. Deinonychus is roughly person-sized, but in order to actually, like, pull this off and show them on camera, they did CG, and they did animatronics, and they did puppetry. And in Jurassic Park, on set, yeah, they actually made like a wearable costume. So that's part of how they did this. They needed to scale them up a little bit so they could fit a person inside. So that was kind of necessary just for making this work, you know? They had to be able to fit a person inside, so they had to scale it up a little bit, you know? Yeah. That's actually, like... Yeah, and I think Phil Tippett Studios. Yeah. So that's why they had to scale up the Deinonychus. And then I guess they scaled the Dilophosaurus down. So they wouldn't get it... So audiences wouldn't get it mixed up with the supersized Deinonychus. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. And Rhacodactylus says, I meant to ask this before, but I'd heard it was supposed to be Utah Raptor, but went with Velociraptor because it sounded scarier. Nobody knew about Utah Raptor until the movie came out. So Utah Raptor was described the same year. Let me find that. By the way, Jim Kirkland named Utah Raptor. And let me see if I can find that clip with Jim. Utah Raptor. Is it here? Let's see. Ethan, wave to the camera so our Wyoming dinosaur fans can see who you are. It wasn't this one, I guess.
Opening a new frontier.
Yeah, seriously. But there's Jim right there.
No joke, no.
Who described, named Utah Raptor. Is it this video?
Not here, but they did make T-shirts.
It's an interesting story, so we'll get to that.
It is an interesting story. Yeah, are you jealous? No. She was my student. You want your students to do better.
Utah Raptor. We'll get to that in a bit, I think. But somebody's got a question about Spielberg and his oversized dromaeosaurs and
there we go.
Stuff like that. I think we'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah, I do have a photo of a Utah Raptor Spielberg T-shirt.
Oh. They were going to name it after Steven Spielberg.
They did make T-shirts.
Because Utah Raptor was named in 1993, and let me find you that. Let's see, Utah Raptor. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. Kirkland et al. 1993. Yeah. New genus and species of dromaeosaur, Utahraptor ostromesi. This was published in, I think it was like June of 1993. Yeah, June 18th, 1993, Utahraptor was published. Jurassic Park came out in, I think, April of 1993. The film came out in April of 1993. So it was while they were still working on the film that Utahraptor was discovered. Or at least the holotype was discovered. So yeah. And B Burger says, weren't they still unsure if Utahraptor and Velociraptor were different species? No, that was never any, there's never any doubt about that because they're from wildly different times. Utahraptor is from like 40 million years before Velociraptor. Utahraptor is from about 130 million years ago, and Velociraptor is from like 70 million years ago. So yeah. There's like 60 or 70 million years between them. It's a long time. I'm a pest. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Reverse Oatmeal says, can I ask if there are dinosaur fossils you only handle with gloves because they're so delicate? No. The only thing you'd really worry about is like getting the oils from your hands on them. But gloves actually make you slightly less dexterous and more likely to break things. So, you want to be able to feel things with your fingers, unless for some reason the oil from your hands could rub off on the fossils. Which I'm sure is true in some cases, but never any cases that I've encountered, personally. Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. Maybe great white shark spotted off the coast of Santa Barbara. Oh, that's cool, Hugo. That's very cool. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Where were we? We were talking about... Oh yeah, Dilophosaurs. Let's get back to this.
The fossil crest is missing or crushed that it's hard to quantify exactly how strong the bone alone would have been.
And there you go, Cass. That makes sense.
Dilophosaurus' crest would have been far more durable for another reason. Believe it or not, it's not just extinct dinosaurs that have thin, air-filled, bony crests.
No. What beautiful animal is this, chat? Show me in an emote, perhaps? This is perhaps my favorite extant dinosaur. Yeah, there you go, Claire. This is a cassowary. Yeah.
There are actually dozens of species of dinosaurs with similar crests that are still alive today.
Yep. And you see that keratinous sheath over the top of it?
Many modern birds also have air-filled bony crests connected to their sinuses.
Yep.
And all of them sheathe their crests in keratin, the same hard, horny material that makes up birds' beaks. Keratin is a remarkably durable material, so much so that large cassowaries can safely run through dense jungles at full speed.
Yeah, they actually they use that as almost as a crash helmet to protect their head as they're barreling through the forest.
Hornbill species actually fight with their hollow crests, and some parts of these hornbill crests barely have any bones supporting them at all.
Yeah.
The keratinous covering also significantly enlarges the size of the crest in life. In some birds, the keratin expands the size of the crest up to 1.5 times the size of the underlying bony crest. Keratin can also be grown in any color. Thus, these showy crests play an important role in species recognition and sexual display, helping birds...
I like that dramatic of the who was this?
Play an important role in species recognition and sexual display.
Great curacao. Very nice.
Helping birds to communicate and attract mates. But there are other functions as well. One recent study demonstrated that cassowary crests are an important structure for thermal regulation.
That's interesting.
By flushing the air-filled crest with blood, cassowaries can offload excess heat, which helps to keep their brains cool in the hot tropical climate where they live.
Pretty cool.
The hollow casques of hornbills may also help to amplify their calls.
Yep.
And because the air sacs throughout birds' bodies are connected back to their lungs, these air sacs help them to be highly efficient at absorbing oxygen while retaining water when they breathe.
Yep. Pretty cool.
Like modern birds, hollow spaces in the bones of Dilophosaurus didn't stop with the crest on its head.
Yeah.
In fact, Dilophosaurus shows the first signs of these air sacs invading its vertebrae.
Yeah.
This adaptation helped to lighten the bones, which helped enable Dilophosaurus and later large theropod dinosaurs to become giants, while increasingly elaborate air spaces in the bones of these smaller living theropods helped them become light enough to take flight. The wild expansion of these air sacs into the crest of Dilophosaurus suggests that sexual display and possibly thermal regulation, sound resonance, or moisture retention were among the main factors driving the evolution of these structures.
Pretty cool.
And lightening of the bones for achieving giant size was a secondary adaptation of air sacs in the bones of dinosaurs.
Really, really neat. If you like Dilophosaurus, and if you would like your understanding of Dilophosaurus to be brought into the 21st century, and check that out. Excellent video. Can't recommend it highly enough. Really, really excellent video by Brian Eng there. Researcher and paleo artist. And Tade K says, birds. Yes, indeed. Birds are living dinosaurs. They're the only group of dinosaurs that survived the extinction event at the end of the Cretaceous period. The only group. But today they're super successful. In fact, the number of bird species outnumbers the number of mammal species. You could make an argument that we are still living in the age of dinosaurs, because dinosaurs are still like twice as numerous as mammals by species number. How many living species of dinosaur are there today?
Over 9,000!
There's over 9,000 species of living bird. Here. I'll show you. So, birds right here on our Tree of Life. According to this count, 10,002 species. Which, of course, is still...
9,000!
It's more than 1,000 more than 9,000. But yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Contrast that with mammals. Go to mammals on our tree here. Mammals, 5,046 species. That might even be an overcount. I don't know. So yeah. Cast the Dreamer says, my ex's parents' chickens ate one of their flock. Your ex's parents' chickens ate one of your ex's parents? He called them hateful little dinosaurs. Yeah, I mean, they'll do that. Yowza. No, you were very careful with how you worded that. You said ate one of their flock. So I'm just being ridiculously
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
Evening, all.
Mikey Likes, thank you for the 34 months of support. I appreciate you. That's a long time, 34 months. I love how suddenly this new alert, again and again and again, 34 months. Excellent. That's like, yeah, almost a whole year, Mikey Likes, 34 months. Earnestly, though, thank you for your ongoing support. That's a long time. And holy cow, Sculpin. Thank you. 5 gift subs from Sculpin. I appreciate that generosity, Sculpin. There are 5 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. Thanks to your generous support of this channel, Sculpin. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Holy cow. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. And musical number, what do you mean, B-Burgers? We are now 1/5 of the way to our sub goal for the day. Look at that. We're at 20 out of 100. We are on track to meet our goal for this week so far. Excellent. And you know what? Even better than that. If you... Whoop, here. Let's scroll down here. Did you see this on the channel page? For this month, January, we are on track to exceed 350 recurring subs. Golganek. Thank you for those 100 bits. Tren? Claro que sí, Golganek. Es un tren. And Semikian, thank you for the 8 months of support there. I really appreciate that. You are helping with this too. Holy cow. And 5 more gift subs from Ironbark. Thank you for that, Ironbark. Holy cow.
Ironbark72 really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
I really appreciate that, Ironbark. Thank you. Look, we're at or 1/4 of the way there now. That is excellent. Holy cow, Ironbark. Holy cow. And Reaganation, 5 more. We're almost 1/3 of the way there now. Thanks to you, Reaganation. Holy cow.
Reaganation really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
That is superb. Thank you for supporting science here on Twitch, Reaganation. And Salamander. We are 1/3 of the way there now. Oh, holy cow. Excellent, Spartan. Excellent. Salamander. And holy cow, Spartan. Speaking of modern dinosaurs, avian dinosaurs, we've got this lovely tinamou bird here. Celebrating the arrival of 10 gift subs from Spartan. Appreciate that very much, Spartan. Look how excited this... A little too excited. Uh-oh.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Spartan. Do I appreciate that. And Mark Melbourne. 5 more. Holy cow. We're more than halfway to our sub goal already.
Mark Melbourne is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Incredible.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you.
Designs
by L.
1 sub to travel the world 604.
I appreciate that. Designs by L. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Is that your first time gifting a sub on the channel? I really appreciate it, Designs by L. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Did you start something? It seems like it, Sculpin. Or if you didn't start it, you contributed to it mightily. Wow. No, you did start something, Sculpin. You did. You did. I'm looking at the record there. The record states that Sculpin started that. And Holy Lifton might finish it here. Holy cow, Holy Lifton. Thank you for those 5
Holy
gift
Lifton
subs.
just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
That is excellent, Holy Lifton. 5 more gifts. This is incredible. We're at level 6 already? Excellent. We're approaching level 6 at least. Fantastic. Holy cow. And yet we are more than halfway to our goal for the entire week. And it's only Monday. This is fantastic. Thank you, everybody. Holy moly.
Though it may not seem like much, 500 bits goes a long way towards supporting science outreach here on Twitch.
I heard we're distracting Danny with a hype train.
That's the best kind of distraction there, Gowrox. It really is. Thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you. Excellent. Yeah. And Lenina says, Danny, there should be an alert where Werner Herzog says, read faster and faster. Write that down right now, Lenina. I like that idea. Yeah. Excellent. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, like the tenement until he explodes? We could. Yeah. And B-Burger says, is that the Allosaurus skull? Yeah. Yeah, right here. Was this not visible? Do I need to change things around? That's kind of the only place I can really put it here in the office. But, yeah. Allosaurus skull. Yeah. And,
Number 8, we have the Tradoon. The Tradoon.
Namaqualand, thank you for the 10 months of support right there. And Tradoon to you too. It's good to have you here. Thank you for keeping me online for the past 10 months. That's excellent. Yeah. And what kind of tablet is that, Danny? Android? What do you mean, HD? I don't know. I don't have a tablet here. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. How many burgers it could eat in one bite. It depends how big the burgers are, B-Burgers, and how far they could open their jaws as well. We don't really know the maximum jaw gape for an Allosaurus. Probably pretty wide, though. Yeah. Yeah. And I could just put this up higher, I suppose. Well, I kind of can't, because there's that pipe sticking out from the wall. That pipe and this pillar here really kind of constrain things a bit. But that's okay. I could also, in order to make that skull more visible. I could just sit on this stool while we've got the Allosaurus skull there. That way the back of the chair isn't obscuring it. I could do that in the future. Maybe we'll do that sometimes. It's got, yeah, kind of more casual aspects. I'm like more inclined to kind of lean against the desk like this. We could do that in the future. Yeah. But yeah. What are some of the big outstanding questions in dinosaur science? Dr. Irrefutable, that's a great question. Some of the big outstanding questions, we still don't really have a good sense for how birds are related to the very most bird-like dinosaurs. We know that birds evolved from dinosaurs, but when? And from which lineage exactly? And could it be that dinosaurs like the Maniraptorans, you know, the Dromaeosaurs, the Therizinosaurs, Oviraptorosaurs, etc., are they birds? Because they might be. That's a big outstanding question. Exactly when did birds evolve from dinosaurs, and from what lineage? The details, the precise details around the evolution of birds are still largely unknown. So that's something to talk about. That's something to study. That's something to try and find more fossils to elucidate. And yeah, that's a big one. And then, where and when did the first dinosaur evolve? That's still also a matter of dispute. It's still something we don't have the firmest handle on. So that's another one too. Yeah. Also things like how many different dinosaur groups had feathers. It's another big one. So yeah. And Timora Bestia. What's that, Koasil? But yeah. And B Burger says Archaeopteryx. Well, Archaeopteryx, that's been the first bird for like 150 years. It was not actually the first bird. It can't have been. There had to have been birds earlier than that. We haven't found them yet. Archaeopteryx provides us a very incomplete picture of the origin of birds, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah, you bet, Dr. Irrefutable. Thanks for asking a good broad question like that. That's excellent. Yeah. But yeah, I want to check out something. Yeah. Terror beast of worms. Oh yeah, was that new giant worm from Greenland? Yeah. That was a cool one too. We didn't really talk about this. I guess because we just didn't have time. We had so many other dinosaur things to discuss, but this was pretty neat too. This was maybe the largest animal that had ever lived up until that point. It was a long time ago, 500 million years ago. But, pretty cool. Fossils of a new group of early carnivorous worms have been discovered in North Greenland. They have been named Timor Bestia, meaning terror beasts in Latin. Fossilized animals which were found in the early Cambrian Ceresus Passet fossil locality. Interesting. May have been some of the earliest carnivorous animals to colonize the water column more than 518 million years ago. Colonize the water column? It's kind of awkward writing, because, like, when you're colonizing something, that implies that you're coming in from elsewhere and, like, exploiting a new environment, and that's... Well, maybe that is what they're doing. Maybe they used to be benthic or subterranean, and then they move up into the water column, in which case I take it back. That would be perfectly valid. Let's see. It's a distant but close relative of living arrowworms or cheetognaths. They are much smaller ocean predators today that feed on tiny zooplankton. Oh, Jacob Vinther. Nice. They grew fins down the sides of their body, long antennae, had massive jaw structures inside their mouths, and grew to more than 30 centimeters in length. That's like about 12 inches long. Holy cow. Might not sound like much, but they are some of the largest swimming animals in the early Cambrian times. Pretty cool. And man, these fossils are... I'm sure for the Cambrian this is beautiful. I mean, it's no Burgess Shale specimen, but it's still really nice for Greenland. Holy cow. Look at that. Yeah. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Yeah. 30 centimeters, that's almost a whole year. There you go, Iron Park, yeah. And that is a good sized worm, Dr. Irrefutable. Oh, yeah. Not something you'd want to run into in a dark alley, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And hey, Will62, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Moosey Fate, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you. Why don't we... It's funny, when I was looking at this, you scroll down a little bit, and then trying to do that infinite scroll thing, like on Twitter. Juvenile T-Rex might be a separate species after all. Why don't we get back into that a little bit? We'll see if we can inch forward a little bit in our documentary about that. The Mystery Dinosaur.
Suddenly, this modest museum...
Here we go. Here, I'm gonna go grab a 3D print.
A creature no one has ever seen before is unearthed. From the very moment of discovery, dinosaur experts struggle with the question of its identity. Looking for answers as to how this animal lived and died, they set out on a quest to solve an ancient puzzle.
What is this animal?
This is the Rosetta Stone of meat-eating dinosaurs.
And there is no such a thing as a Rosetta Stone in science.
This is an exploration full of intrigue and uncertainty. What seems obvious one moment isn't so the next. What impact will this creature have, and what secrets will it reveal that could change paleontology forever?
Quissil, preservation issues come from that?
Follow
Yeah,
the
back to
adventure of one of the most
Nano-Tyrannus.
remarkable scientific finds of the last century.
Quissil,
Follow us on the trail of the mystery dinosaur.
It's not so much that, like, the older you are, the more difficult it is to preserve you. At least not really. It's more that that critter, if we're talking about this, this big terror beast worm, this is an animal that doesn't really have hard parts, or if it does, they're, like, pretty minuscule. It's a soft-bodied animal, and getting that preserved as a fossil is extremely difficult. And so that's pretty cool that we have that, you know? Yeah. So that's pretty cool. I'll give you a link to the paper, because I'm sure they link it here. Yeah. A giant stem group Cheetognath. It's kind of a subdued title for how neat that is. Anyway, less subdued, the mystery dinosaur. And so, yeah, back in, well, it was what, late 90s, early 2000s, there was a specimen of a small tyrannosaur discovered in the Hell Creek Formation, the same geological formation that our new dinosaur from today Eoneophron. It's from the same geologic formation, the Hell Creek Formation. It was found in Montana, and it kind of reignited this old mystery. Is this Nanotyrannus, or is it just a juvenile Tyrannosaurus? Most dinosaur paleontologists are of the opinion that Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus are the same dinosaur, that Nanotyrannus is just a juvenile. This gets into what we were talking about earlier, about the importance of ontogeny and figuring out how old these animals were when they died. That is really, really important. So yeah. Here.
You wouldn't believe how excited I was when I saw these bones.
And this is one of the top specimens of a carnivorous dinosaur to come out of the late Cretaceous.
Amidst the fanfare, a long-standing controversy is reignited. Is this a Nanotyrannus or a juvenile T-Rex?
So this is what we call the Cleveland skull. Whether you call it Tyrannosaurus or Nanotyrannus, different dinosaur paleontologists disagree about that. We call it the Cleveland skull because the original is held not in my hands, in Cleveland. This is my 3D printed replica of the Cleveland skull right here. This is printed life size. Yeah, it's not big for a Tyrannosaurus, but it would definitely be big if it were a mammal skull.
We are leading him into a trap where we can destroy him with our deadly lasers.
Yeah, this would be like the largest carnivorous terrestrial mammal in the world. This is like about as big as a polar bear skull, or bigger. But yeah. That's the Cleveland skull. So, is it Nanotyrannus? Is it Tyrannosaurus?
Standing controversy is reignited. Is this a Nanotyrannus or a juvenile T-Rex? For years, they have been listed as separate species on the dinosaur family tree, but there are some who believe they are the same animal.
In 1941,
most paleontologists, most dinosaur workers
small tyrannosaurid skull in southeastern Montana. Now, this single skull has sparked a lot of debate and controversy over the last 60 years. It's gone through several name changes and redescriptions. In the late 1980s, it was named Nanotyrannus lencensis, the pygmy tyrant. Well, that name hung for about 10 years when it was redescribed as a juvenile Tyrannosaurus rex. But the interesting thing is that these paleontologists were arguing over one skull of one specimen. And
the Cleveland
really, that's
skull.
why we're excited about Jane, is because Jane has the potential to have so much more material for all these paleontologists to argue about.
My first impression of the bones of Jane, which I've just had a chance to see, is that it is likely going to solve the riddle of Nanotyrannus.
It's complete enough.
It's pretty well established that Jane was a juvenile, not an adult animal. And then some of the people who were advocating for Nanotyrannus being a different dinosaur, they say, oh, well, Jane is a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. Jane is not Nanotyrannus. Nanotyrannus is a different dinosaur. You know, yeah, again, for those of you who weren't here when we were talking about this earlier, and the past couple weeks, this is all sparked by a new paper that came out. Here we go. Yeah. With Nick Longrich as the lead author. And I was out in the field with Nick Longrich this summer. He was on my crew in Wyoming when we were working in the Almond Formation. And I talked with him at length about Tyrannosaurus, Nanotyrannus, dinosaur ontogeny, that kind of thing. And yeah, he's got a point of view. I've got a point of view. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it was a cordial discussion. I kind of thought that there would be some sort of silver bullet there or something that, like, shoot, if you really think that Nanotyrannus is a separate taxon entirely, wouldn't you... I don't know. I thought maybe that there was some big thing that he knew that I didn't know. And it's not so much that, it's more just like different interpretations of the same evidence. And I presume this illustration right here is supposed to depict a Nanotyrannus attacking a juvenile T-Rex. And look, the Nanotyrannus has got much bigger forelimbs than the baby T-Rex. and its skull is narrower, and you know, Tyrannosaurus has got a shorter, more boxy skull, that kind of thing. And yeah, I mean, you got to take heterochrony into account. That's the biggest thing. Tyrannosaurus is evolving throughout the Hell Creek Formation and the Lance Formation too, obviously. We already have a good sense that their arms shrink as you move up through time. Over about 2 or 3 million years, their arms are getting smaller and smaller. So if you have stuff from low in section, like near Ekalaka, you're going to have larger forelimbs. So anyway, yeah. Let's get back to the video.
There's enough of the specimen there that
Sweetie Pie.
you have a very good chance that
over
you're
here?
going to resolve the whole problem of whether Nanotyrannus and Tyrannosaurus rex are the same animals or not.
Finding itself at the center of a scientific firestorm, the Burpee Museum sponsors the Great Dinosaur Debate in an effort
there we
to
go.
present
Well. Hello, Sweetie Pie. Look at you. Yeah, look. What's behind you? There you go. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, what do you think? Is that pretty tasty? Can I give you another one? It's good to see you, Sweetie Pie. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. You're so skittish today. I don't know what's going on. What's going on with you? Why are you so standoffish? You not feeling well? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're warming up a little bit. That's good. That's good. And Spartan, I'll have you know that some of my best friends are mammals. You know, and have been for a long time. I happen to be a mammal myself, you know. So, dislike mammals. Certainly not. Oh. Rub your face on the camera arm. There you go. Yeah. Doing some camera work there, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. There you go. Why were you so skittish earlier, huh? Why were you so skittish? Yeah. Oh, sweetie. Yeah. What do you think, Sweetie Pie? What do you think? You share your thoughts with the chat? What do you think? Yeah. Whoa, look. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. How about I get a brush for you? And the cats are using the scratching pad. Absolutely, Sculpin. In fact, Sweetie Pie is going to it right now. She's using it right now as we speak. Yeah. Thank you again, Sculpin, for sending that. It has been very much appreciated. Yeah. Yep, claw time, Claire Bear. Better, well, Mini Pie's the only one who ever really scratches me. Sometimes she'll just like, you know, I'll just be walking through the house and I'll stop, and then Mini Pie will jump up, sink her claws into my back, and try and climb up onto my shoulders. She's a rambunctious one. Not Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie's who you just saw. Mini Pie is she did this yesterday. Ios was helping me reconfigure my camera and stuff on here, and then, you know, I'm just sitting here, and then Mini Pie just decides to jump onto my back. Yowza. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Let's get back to this.
All sides of this controversy.
It's a great big, thick cruncher. This would have to happen, correct? All right. Reduced tooth count and great fat teeth.
I've been writing up the morphology of Tyrannosaur teeth, and teeth are so labor intensive that I have no problem saying that I hate teeth. I'd rather have a skull.
Why is this the first Nanotyrannus skeleton that's been found? Because Nanotyrannus is a smaller dinosaur. Smaller dinosaurs there's a preservation bias in the Hell Creek.
I think the preservation bias in the Hell Creek is overblown. The thing is, if you're looking for small dinosaurs in the Hell Creek, and if you know what you're doing, you will find small dinosaurs in the Hell Creek Formation. It's easy to trip over a larger dinosaur if it's much bigger, but it requires some more technical collecting if you're going to find smaller stuff. But shoot, you know, Museum of the Rockies, I feel, demonstrated this pretty well throughout the 2000s. Finding all of these really small dinosaurs, like first, you know, juvenile Triceratops and stuff like that. You know, Leptoceratops bone beds. If you know how to look for these things, you will find them. It turns out to be kind of a skill issue, you know? The whole size bias, you know, preservational bias toward larger organisms thing is, I think it's overblown.
Smaller dinosaurs there's a preservation bias in the Hell Creek. Sedimentation was not very rapid in the areas where we collect.
So sedimentation is lower in the lower Hell Creek than it is in the upper Hell Creek. And I don't know.
Therefore, not very many fossils get preserved. If you're something as big as a T-Rex, it takes a really big flood to wash your bones away.
Dinosaurs go through changes that are astonishing compared to living mammals or living birds.
Yeah.
And an adult T-Rex is a 6-ton animal, and yet it came out of an egg that's, you know, not much bigger than this.
Very little is known about dinosaur ontogeny, a term that describes the changes in body form that occur with growth. This is especially vague with regard to the Nanotyrannus juvenile T-Rex controversy, because in either case, Jane is the only skeleton ever found. If Jane is a juvenile, she would have eventually gone through a period of rapid growth. But if she's a fully grown animal, the bulk of her growth was completed by the time she died. As a hatchling, young Jane would have had a voracious appetite.
The similarities between Jane and the Cleveland skull may be related to growth, and they may still both be juvenile T-Rex.
Even though most of the bones haven't been exposed yet, this skeleton has already posed many questions. With Jane's identity in doubt, it becomes obvious that it's time to take a closer look at all the evidence at hand. Whatever lies within the pod is ready to emerge.
The pod. That's so funny that they like nicknamed it that. That's a big jacket, though.
Begins.
Oh, what are they doing?
The plaster jacket is opened, and the team carefully sifts through the Montana sand and rock called Matrix.
It's trending down. I think we'll just be at the surface of it, looks like. Because I don't see any bone.
Yeah, I don't see any bone.
I guess they weren't expecting to see anything there, and so they're just kind of high grading through it.
Yeah, it is a little bit.
The question remains, will the evidence within the pod reveal Jane's identity, and in doing so, solve one of the oldest mysteries in paleontology?
Wow. We hit bone. Houston, we have bone. How did you come?
Ooh, look how beautifully well preserved that is. So in the Hell Creek Formation, like, dinosaur bones from the Hell Creek have a reputation for being this kind of beautiful chocolate brown color like this. And in different parts of the Hell Creek, you will have different kinds of preservation. Whether a bone has been lying out on the surface, will have an effect upon it. The bones kind of bleach white in the sun. But like fresh bone in Hell Creek typically has this kind of color. It's really gorgeous. Just beautiful. This little montage here. Yeah. Some glue applied there. Teeth. A fossil prep montage. I love it. Yeah.
Like CSI for the ancients, the team uses good old-fashioned detective work to process the voluminous evidence before them. While painstaking, this approach will take them one step closer to solving this mystery.
Who knows what happened to the top of it? So it's right here. So I'm just going to say
A webcam, or dinocam as it's called, gives outsiders the opportunity to witness this progress in real time as Jane...
It's a primitive live stream there. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, gotta love it.
Slowly revealed. Meanwhile, innovative techniques in fossil recovery and reconstruction are implemented in the museum's preparation lab. For example, an air abrasion unit uses baking soda to gently remove debris from specimens too delicate to work on with conventional tools. Each bone seems to have a story, or is part of a greater one.
Doesn't it seem a little bit long, proportionally, to be a finger bone to a Tyrannosaurus Rex?
So that's Scott Williams, by the way, who now works at Museum of the Rockies, where I used to work. I overlapped very briefly with him. Some of you may have actually seen him when I did my live stream from Museum of the Rockies back in 2021. I was there with Ios and Lordy, and they actually took the camera for a minute, and I went to go talk to Scott Williams for a few minutes. But yeah.
If that's
this is back when he was in
Jane's
Illinois.
finger bone, she had very long fingers, and that could be important because if they're longer than in a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it may mean we're dealing with another kind of animal. So I think that's a very important bone. That's a good discovery.
So would you care if I gave
Seeking
Dr.
expert
Curry or Dr.
advice,
Bacher
they learn that this finger bone is actually a toe bone.
So these are the kind of things that sometimes happen in paleontology. And
Oh, Phil Curry, so good-natured.
We're only human.
Because of the importance and rarity of Jane's skeleton, a special set of two-part molds are created. First, a clay base is built around each of the most important bones.
Oh, this is great.
Silicone rubber is poured to make the mold. This liquid gets into every crack and crevice, and when set, becomes an exact replica.
And yeah, you know what these are, everybody? Mega Blocks. No, presumably they're Legos, brand name Legos. But when you're actually creating like a mold box, while you're creating the mold like this, it helps to have something that you can assemble and disassemble and reuse like that. So Legos help us be much less wasteful in the lab. Yeah.
Hard plastic casts are then made. Burrs and edges are cleaned so that the reproduction can be handled and studied in place of the actual specimen. These will be sent to scientists all over the world.
Spared no expense. Yeah, there you go, HD. Yeah.
As we were uncovering Jane's skeleton, we realized that the bones were in their natural relationship to each other. That is, they were in articulation. And what that implies is that Jane's body was buried relatively soon after she died.
And wait, mineral's not bone. Oh, and Cooking Fat want to know, is a fossil still bone or is it rock or something else? Different fossils will be different amounts of permineralized. So here. Time for our video again. If you've ever wanted to become a fossil, here's how to do it.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms.
Yep.
Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains won't completely decay or be carried away by scavengers.
So in this case, this is still organic material in here. There's still like internal guts and all that stuff. And if you don't get buried, all of that stuff will get eaten by scavengers. It'll rot away. Bacteria, fungi, decomposers, detritivores. There'll be nothing left of you. If you want to become a fossil, you got to get buried.
Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
Yep.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time.
That's the thing, is that if you're just buried, but you don't get permineralized, you'll just rot away and you'll be gone. There'll be nothing left after a few hundred, a few thousand years, something like that. In order to become a fossil, you've got to be at least partly permineralized. That's this process here.
Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton. Or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place.
And so those are two different methods. So sometimes we have like complete replacement by minerals. Sometimes the minerals only replace some of the organic components and some of the original like bone material is still left. And sometimes it's kind of in between. But yeah. We do still have organic material in certain dinosaur bones from, say, the Hell Creek Formation or the Judith River Formation. There will still be original organic biomolecules in there. Not like DNA, because DNA is too fragile. It seems the half-life of DNA is like 500 years or something. DNA is very, very delicate. But you get other stuff. You get heme, you get blood vessels, you get, like proteins and stuff like that. Occasionally, if it's like really, really well preserved, and if it seems like iron might be really important to that too. Alrex Gaming.
Yahoo!
Thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate that, Alrex. Thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So whatever happened outside of water is lost? Oftentimes, yeah. Kuasil, yeah. And whatever didn't get buried is lost too. Most things, if they do get buried, they have a good chance at permineralization, I think. But yeah.
Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil. Step 4, wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
Yeah. So, HD makes a good point too. If you soak chicken bones in vinegar, they turn rubbery, and that is a thing. chicken bones in vinegar, and that's like the opposite of fossilization. Here.
Hello, boys and girls, and welcome to Hoopla Kids Lab, making science fun and simple. Today, we're going to show you how to make a magic bendy bone. Now, this is a really simple experiment. All you're going to need is a jar, a chicken bone,
yep,
and some vinegar. Make sure that you've left the bone to dry for a couple of days after you've eaten your delicious chicken. All you need to do is put the bone into the jar and fill the jar with vinegar.
Yeah.
Make
Hey,
sure
Amish
that the
Andy,
bone
how are you
is
doing? Welcome,
completely
welcome.
covered with vinegar. Then carefully screw the lid on top of the jar and set it aside.
Yep.
After a week, carefully unscrew the lid from the jar and remove the bone from inside. Once you've got rid of some of the excess vinegar, you'll see that if you try and bend the bone in your hand, it does so really easily.
Yep.
This is because the vinegar has over time dissolved calcium that was in the bone. Calcium is a compound which makes your bones really strong. You can find calcium in things like milk and cheese. I bet you never thought you'd be able to bend a bone in your hands.
Wild, right? So this is basically like the opposite of what goes on with fossilization. Where with fossilization, you've got other elements, not quite like calcium, but things like iron, things like whatever else is like in the groundwater that kind of seeps through the rocks. Basically, like the same kind of constituent parts of the rocks themselves also seep into the bones, and that's what fossilizes them. So it's kind of like the exact opposite of this. So in this, all the calcium has been dissolved away, so you only have like the stretchy organic bits left. And so this is like if you left this out afterward, it would rot really, really quickly. So it's kind of like the opposite of fossilization in that sense. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. That probably shows how cartilage is related to bone. Kind of, Jim. Yeah. But yeah. Pretty cool. Anyway, does that make sense? I hope it does.
There wasn't a lot of time for scavengers to come in and tear a body apart. They realized that the bones were in their natural relationship to each other, that is, they were in articulation. And what that implies is that Jane's body was buried relatively soon after she died. There wasn't a lot of time for scavengers to come in and tear her body apart.
For Jane's body to be buried quickly, she would need to have died near a water source like a river or a stream. As rigor mortis set in, her ligaments tightened, pulling her body into what is called the classic dinosaur death pose.
So yeah, I do wonder about this too. This is what we call the epistotonic posture. So we see this in a lot of different dinosaur skeletons, and skeletons of other creatures too. Yeah. Epistotonic posture. There's an ornithomimid doing the same thing right there. Sometimes we call this the dinosaur death pose. Epistotonic posture is really the more proper term for it. Not like it matters for the purposes here. But yeah, there's ongoing debate as to what actually causes this. Is this because the body is left out and the tendons dry up and shrink and then make it go like that? Or is this a result of the body being washed away by flowing water? I kind of suspect it might be the latter, because one time when I was in Montana, I was riding bikes with a friend of mine. I was visiting him and his family in Great Falls, Montana, and we went on a bike ride along the banks of the Missouri River. And then I saw something strange, something that I couldn't immediately identify there in the river. There, in the middle of the Missouri River, was a strange white object being carried along by the current. It almost looked like a big white trash bag or something like that, but had like a bizarre, almost furry, fuzzy texture to it. I didn't know what it was. And so we stopped, and I'm pointing, and I'm saying, what is that? Let's figure this out. And so we go down to the banks of the river, and I get a closer look. And then I realized I saw a pair of arms. And then I saw a pair of legs. And then it started to turn around a little bit, and I saw a head. It was a big, bloated, dead goat. There in the river. Just being carried downstream by the current. Just there in the middle of the Missouri River. It had bloated up because it's, you know, after it died, all those bacteria inside are kind of going nuts. Just made the stomach bloat up, so it's there just floating on the surface. And all of the arms and legs of the goat are just kind of dangling behind it as it's getting pulled by the river current. I think that might be what's happening with dinosaurs like this as well. And that is one of the ideas behind epistotonic posture. You talk to some paleontologists, they think that's what's going on. Yeah, like,
Hello, boys and...
That's not what I was looking for. Hang on. Where did that go? Our ornithomimus. There we go. Yeah. And so this could be the same thing. Where, like, say it's being pulled in this direction. Like that. It's going... And then the head, at the end of that long neck, and the tail are both curved back, and they're just kind of, you know, flowing behind it in the current. And then it gets stuck on a sandbar or something like that. Yeah. That could be the case. Yeah.
Head and tail curved toward each other.
Whatever floats your goat. Yeah, there you go, HD. So, same thing could have happened with Jane, because she was also found in that epistotonic posture.
Soon afterwards, rain flooded the water source, which washed sediment over Jane's dead body and protected it from scavengers. This process blanketed and shielded her bones, which became fossilized over millions of years until erosion finally exposed her.
Yep.
He called it an iguanodon.
And holy cow! Well, well, well. We've got an enormous raid coming in right now. And so many follows. Holy cow. I might have to turn off the alerts here. Man, do I appreciate this. Uwu to Owo, thank you so much for your raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It is great to have you here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist.
Along with their 369 raiders.
I work on dinosaur fossils in particular.
Hey, can I just get a thing?
And we gotta get a more upbeat song than this. Thank you to everybody who just followed. Your names are going by too quickly. Holy cow. I'm gonna have to turn off the alerts here, I'm afraid.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean,
Dinosaurs are kind of funny, and we're here to talk about them. Earlier in today's stream, we were talking about a brand new species of dinosaur that was described by a couple of friends of mine, just published last week. And now we're talking about, well, kind of an ongoing controversy in dinosaur paleontology. Anyway, since we've got so many cool people here, as a little introduction to these raiders, and I guess as a thank you also to Uwu, let's play a quick welcome video for all the new folks. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to a good friend of ours. We like to call him Previously Recorded Danny, and he's going to tell you a little bit about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So, hey, hang on. Goodness. He's very eager. I'll turn things over to him in just a second. But first, Uwu, thank you so much for that raid. I really appreciate it. It is wonderful to have you here. And welcome, Raiders. All right. Hang on. Let's just hand things over to him. Previously recorded, Danny. Take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada. But most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, in the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, and we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they used them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
All right, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up
a museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful. So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Uwu there for that incredible raid. I really appreciate that. And to everybody who followed, thank you for those follows. That video is a little bit out of date in some ways. I no longer teach full-time, I teach part-time on the weekends. I've gone full-time with streaming here on Twitch. You could call me the world's first full-time live streaming paleontologist. And the thing about not having done any fieldwork, well, shoot, I've gotten back into fieldwork too. Hopefully you can see and hear me right now, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Really glad you could make it today. Welcome. I'm broadcasting to you. This was from this past summer. Desert of eastern Utah. Digging here in the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. And I'm going to be bringing you into the quarry in just a minute to show you what we've got coming out. But yeah, excellent. Looks hot. It's only about 102 degrees right now, Smorphosaurus. But so yeah, actually just look like more bits of rock. This is it was a wonderful opportunity to actually be able to show people live how paleontology works, how we do field work, you know, what it's all about. It was just a tremendous privilege to be able to do this kind of science outreach. Pretty stellar. Pretty stellar. Bone dance. So anyway. And you sing the bone song. And any questions that you have, I'm here to answer for you. It's kind of the whole point of these broadcasts is to bring science to the people, to demystify paleontology, you know? So yeah. Anyway, and Charlie's Dragon says you teach full-time on Twitch now. I guess so. Although, I don't really want people to think of this as a classroom in like a stuffy, regimented kind of way. People do learn a lot here, certainly, but you know, I want this to be pretty casual. Like today, for instance, we were talking about this new scientific paper about a new Oviraptorosaur, brand new kind of dinosaur. Came out of South Dakota. And two of my old friends are actually authors on this paper. Jade Simon and Holly Woodward. I'd like to bring both of them on for interviews on this channel sometime soon. We got Partner Plus status, or we are going to get Partner Plus status, it looks like. So I can actually afford to pay my colleagues a little honorarium. You know, most scientists are overworked and underpaid, at least within paleontology. And it'd be really, really nice to be able to pay them for their time, you know? We're expected to make all kinds of media appearances and stuff like that completely for free. I want to try and break that cycle a little bit. So yeah.
So yeah, I need to ask Jade and Holly if they'll come on at some point. But yeah. And Kelmir's got a question. How do you guys find fossil sites? Do you find them when a few fossils are already above ground, or do you study the ground soil to determine it's suitable for fossils to be hidden there? Excellent question, Kelmir. Excellent question. We do what we call prospecting. So when we're out looking for fossils, it requires a really expensive piece of scientific equipment. In fact, I have 2 of them right here. They're called eyeballs. People think that we use ground-penetrating radar or drone technology or some sort of AI. None of that stuff works. It doesn't work. Nor would we have the budget for it if it did work. You walk along and you look for bits of bone that are eroding out of the ground. And then that's actually the most difficult part, oftentimes, of doing field vertebrate paleontology, is picking up a little fragment of bone on the surface and then trying to determine what it's from. What kind of animal is it from? What kind of a bone is it? From what part of the skeleton? You might be talking about an animal that's the size of a school bus, and it had literally 200 or 300 bones. And each of those bones have a bunch of different parts that can all break off and fragment and chunk up in a million zillion different ways. So you have to be really, really good at what we call osteology. You know, you got to know your bones really, really well to be able to pick up a little fragment and go, oh yeah, so this is a piece of a duckbill dinosaur's vertebral, like wing processes that come off of the sides, or something like that. Like, I can tell by the texture that this is some sort of ornithischian dinosaur. I can tell by the symmetry, this is one of the zygapophyses that come off of the vertebrae. And then you dig in there and you see if there's any more of it. And it's all of that knowledge kind of leads to a judgment call. Do we spend time digging here, or do we move on? Because you can never cover all of the ground. And you can never look at every last little thing, so you've got to determine what is worth looking at and what isn't. And those judgment calls only really come with experience and, like, advanced know-how there. If that makes sense. So yeah. I might even have a video clip about this, actually. I think I found one the other day. And flagged it. Flagged it in a good way. Yeah, prospecting. Here we go. This is an old documentary with Jim Jensen. Dinosaur Jim Jensen is what people called him back in the day. Working in Utah. Actually, working in Colorado here. Western Colorado.
We never dig until we see dinosaur bone coming out of the ground. Otherwise, we might dig forever and never find a bone.
Yep.
But to find a dinosaur bone or skeleton, one must walk a long ways, climb a lot of sweaty mountains, and go thirsty and be subjected to gnats and heat and that sort of thing. But when you find something like this, it may be something that's never been seen before. So it's an exciting pursuit.
Definitely.
This is the vertebrae right up next to the skull. It's the first one we found of this kind. It's called the atlas axis.
For some members of Jim Jensen's crew, the quarry is also a classroom. The excitement of a dinosaur hunt brought Rod and Mike Sheets to this site. The two boys found their first fossils when they were on a family picnic. They were...
So Rod Sheets still works on dinosaurs to this day, actually. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, and Jim Jensen wore a sun helmet, like I often do, Golganek. It's actually a really practical kind of head covering to wear in the field, just because it keeps the sun off, and, yeah. It also allows, like, a breeze to go over the top of your head. I think I have a command about that, don't I? From leftover from our fieldwork streams? Sun helmet? There we go, yeah. But yeah. And Ecopicus, aren't some of them avid? Yes, birds are living dinosaurs. birds are the last surviving group of dinosaurs. The only dinosaurs still around today. It's pretty cool to think about. But yeah. And it's not just me saying this. You ask any vertebrate paleontologist, you ask any evolutionary biologist, ask any ornithologist, bird scientist, they'll tell you the same thing. Birds are living dinosaurs. They evolved from small, meat-eating, two-legged, feathered dinosaurs. And, here we go. Let's see. Got a command about that, too. There's a diagram that I put together a couple Thanksgivings ago, specifically to talk about this. I made it in black and white, so it's easily printable on a home printer or an office printer or whatever. But, yeah, so I did the illustrations and the text for this. This is a velociraptor skeleton right here. And there's the skeleton of Meleagris gallopavo, the domestic turkey. Almost every feature that makes birds unique today among modern animals, from their S-shaped neck, to their wishbone, to the shape of their humerus, their upper arm bone, to their hinge-like ankle joints, the orientation of their hips and their femur within that, semilunate carpal bone in their wrist, even their very feathers. All of these things are not bird original features. These are not things that birds evolved on their own. These are all evolutionary hand-me-downs that birds got from their dinosaurian ancestors. Every one of those features that I just mentioned was also present in Velociraptor. If those of you who are new, maybe you've seen the Jurassic Park or maybe the Jurassic World movies. Oh boy. And you might think of a Velociraptor is looking like this, maybe? You know, like that. Velociraptor did not look like that at all. Not only is that the wrong dinosaur, but even if it were the right dinosaur, Deinonychus, it still didn't look like that. Velociraptor actually had feathers all over its body. It would have looked like some sort of big, scary, ground-running eagle or something like that. We actually have quill knobs on the ulna of a Velociraptor. So, like, an arm bone that's so well preserved that it still has the attachment points for the feathers on it. That, and we've got very close relatives that actually have preserved feathers on them. So we know that this whole family of dinosaurs, the whole, like, super family of dinosaurs, Meniraptorans. This is dromaeosaurs like this guy, oviraptorosaurs, therizinosaurs, etc. They all had feathers all over their bodies like this. Very closely related to birds. Yeah. But yeah. And yeah, we've actually got quill knobs, Daxar, absolutely. Here, I can show you those too. Velociraptor quill knobs. There we go. So we gotta go to the website. But yeah, Velociraptor had feathers. Scientists found evidence of quill knobs, locations where feathers are anchored to bone on the forearm of a Velociraptor fossil. Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there, and right there. Just like we see in modern birds, like turkey vultures, for instance. I've got a very similar kind of thing going on. It's unmistakable. Super cool. Yeah. And, but yeah. Dinosaur beats us in bipedal locomotion. Yeah, you could peek it. Absolutely. Well, because the very first dinosaurs to evolve walked on two legs. So, when you include modern birds, and you go back to the first dinosaurs have been walking around on two legs for like 240 million years. That's a long time to work out all those kinks. So they're very good at it. Yeah. And Kelmir also wants to know, how do you guys determine in 3D model simulations what the dinosaurs looked like? That's a great question, actually. Yeah. Here. Let's talk about Oh, I haven't actually seen this before. Let's take a look at this. From the Natural History Museum in London. And I will provide some live commentary on here.
My name is Bob Nichols. I'm a professional paleo artist, and for the last 15 years I've been illustrating and sculpting dinosaurs, and I've been invited by the Natural History Museum to bring the Stegosaurus back to life by producing 2 brand new digital illustrations.
Yep.
Okay, so come on in, Bob, and this is what all the fuss is about.
Wow. So something very special about Stegosaurus are the plates along the back.
And by the way, you can tell that these are mostly the real fossils. If any of you are new here and you want a tip with this kind of thing, I'll show you. Here. Here is a Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Actually, from just down the road from where I am right now, in Berkeley, California. Because, of course, I'm broadcasting to you from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. But this is the Wonkel Rex. This one right here is a replica. So these bones are all cast from the original fossils. So they're exact copies of the real thing. But you can tell that they're copies because look closely there. You've got this metal rod that goes and then it just disappears inside the bone. You've got metal rods jammed through the bones like that. These bones are made of resin. They're an exact copy of the real thing, but they're not the original. And with a resin copy, you can just jam metal supports through the bones like that. It doesn't matter. But compare that to the original, which is now at the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C. And, yeah, that'll work. If you look, you've got these metal supports that are underneath. Here, let me find you a video clip of this. Yeah. There we go. So these are the original bones right there, and some of these are reconstructed too, but you've got these metal supports running up and down like that. Yeah.
The 2 skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements, and make it work was challenging in the fact that it's just so much going on.
Yeah. So it's a custom-made metal armature like this.
Holds the real fossil,
yeah.
which we call the fossil.
The fossil holder. I mean,
the armature that.
Look at these. This is maybe the most expensive part of mounting a dinosaur fossil is just custom creating all of these very strong and rigid, but also gentle pieces of metalwork like this to hold these individual vertebrae in place. So yeah, lots of fun with metalwork. There you go. Yeah, Golganek. But that's how you can tell that this is real, is you've got that metal framework around it.
Real fossil, which we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely.
Yep, and shoot, I always tell people this. If you want to get involved in dinosaur science, but you don't necessarily want to go out and dig up dinosaurs, like you don't really see yourself studying dinosaurs in an academic sense, but you really like dinosaurs and like want to contribute to dinosaur paleontology, if you're like a handy person or a really creative, if you have a penchant for metalworking, holy cow, could we use your help? This kind of stuff, oh man, do we need more people who can weld, who can work with metal like this.
With pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely. It's got a high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white, and then of course all the cracks.
Yep. And so this is metal that's been, I guess, heated and shaped to the exterior of the bone like this. The idea is that all of these bones should be removable by researchers so that they can be studied. Since these are the actual fossil bones, you've got to really thread the needle here. This metal armature's got to hold it in place really well, very securely. But also, you have to be able to lift the fossils out in the event that they need to be studied by researchers. And so, like, that's a tall order for any metal worker. You got to be tremendously skilled to do this kind of thing. That's why we need good people like this in this field, you know? But yeah. What is that job called specifically? Well, this is called skeletal mounting. And so there's a group... So this is actually kind of embarrassing to me as an American, because they call this specimen the nation's T-Rex. That's like the nickname that they gave it when they moved it to Washington, D.C. from Montana, where it was originally from. But the thing is, nobody within the United States, I guess, had the skill set and the facilities and the knowledge and everything else to mount this skeleton. So they brought it to, well, I'll show you.
Today we loaded a Tyrannosaurus Rex into a FedEx truck and sending it up north to Canada, where we're going to be putting actual mounts on it. So these are separate bones. We're going to build a steel framework to mount this dinosaur in the National Museum.
So this is a T-Rex that's going to be in the Smithsonian, in the National Museum, the pride of the United States. No one in the U.S. had the skill set to do this. They had to send it up to Canada. This is what I'm talking about. We need people who are knowledgeable about metalworking in the field of dinosaur paleontology.
Build dinosaurs?
Yeah.
And you just stops them dead in their tracks. What do you mean, build dinosaurs?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is... They're bending the rod right there?
Nicely. We were basically raising the tail 5 inches, so we bent the structural steel, and the reason why we did that was to keep it out of the reach of the public.
You don't want people pulling pieces off.
We have steel workers, we have blacksmiths, we have a lot of sculptors. You know, we have artists, like a lot have an art background. We have conservators, preparators.
Yeah, so they're actually, like, some of those are the original bones right there that haven't been cleaned properly before.
We have...
So yeah, they're using an air scribe right here. I would use this in the laboratory as well, to remove some of the rock that hasn't been removed from these fossils. This used to be on display at the museum where I was trained, Museum of the Rockies in Montana. But it wasn't mounted. This was just on the ground. This skeleton was originally... let's see here. This is how it was originally displayed. Just on the ground like this. They tried to, like, recreate the original dig site for people to be able to see. So they didn't actually have to prep every single bone or anything. But they had to do that here.
Conservators, preparators, mold makers. It's a huge feather in our cap, you know, like, just to do this. And, you know, especially after a career of doing it, you know, and working with major museums throughout the world.
Yeah, this is Research Casting International is the company that does
this. Is going to come down.
The workshop.
So what we're thinking.
Anyway, yeah, should have gotten in touch with SCA members. There are a bunch of people in the Know How to Do Metalwork. There you go, Storma. Yeah, I'm sure that's good advice. But anyway, how do we actually reconstruct a dinosaur from scratch? So, like, say we've already got the skeleton there, like this Stegosaurus that the British Museum purchased from Wyoming. How do we determine what this animal looked like when it was alive? There's a lot of guesswork, but there's a lot of actual science that goes into it too.
They look much thinner than I'd expected them to be.
My first impression's the same as yours. These things are really thin. They're really only a couple of millimeters thick in some places.
To make my illustration as accurate as possible, it was essential for me to visit the museum to see the completed skeleton, so that when I reconstructed the dinosaur, it wasn't just any Stegosaurus, it was the actual individual that is exhibited in the museum. When I was at the museum, I took several hundred photographs, and some of them were trying to find the right angle to illustrate the Stegosaurus. The final posture that I chose was taken from a photograph where I was led on the ground looking up, and it was the best angle because it was looking so formidable and active, and I wanted it to appear quite powerful. The Stegosaurus is using its amazing spiked tail to fend off a meat-eating dinosaur called Ceratosaurus.
Ceratosaurus, yeah. By the way, I have a Ceratosaurus skull right here. Hang on a sec. Here we go. My Ceratosaurus skull. I sculpted this and then 3D printed it. This is actually for a Halloween costume a couple years ago. Something like this. Yeah. Anyway, a lot of paleontologists, we tend to be passionate about, like, drawing, illustrating, sculpting, that kind of thing. And I think a lot of that stems from childhood. If we were really interested in dinosaurs from an early age, like I was, I spent so much time drawing dinosaurs when I was a kid, and that, it became a lifelong passion. And it evolves into stuff like this, I suppose. Yeah. But the other 3D prints that I have here, like this Allosaurus skull, this is... I got these files online, and the artist who put this together scanned a bunch of original fossils and did a bunch of sculpting as well. But this is based on pretty excellent actual science. And I've got a bunch of other 3D prints. I do a lot of 3D printing here on this channel. If you're new, I'll let you know. Yeah. Change up the background every day. I've always got new things going on. Yeah. And we think this horn was for display, Kalmir. Yeah. Dinosaurs have all kinds of crazy display structures. The plates on Stegosaurus seem primarily to have been for display as well. And again and again, we see all these really cool structures that dinosaurs evolved that seem to be for showing off. Dinosaurs would have had excellent eyesight for the most part. Much better than that of mammals. For the same reason dinosaurs would have been probably very brightly colored when compared with mammals. So forget all of these illustrations you've seen of dinosaurs as being like green, or like, kind of a greenish brown, or they all look like lizards or crocodiles. Dinosaurs probably would have been all kinds of crazy, garish colors. More often than just a dull brown or gray or green or something. Think of them more like birds, because, well, that's really the best way to think about dinosaurs. Think about dinosaurs not as being similar to lizards or even crocodiles. Think of them like being really big, weird, ground-running birds. Does that make sense? Yeah. Rhacodactylus says display rather than thermoregulation for Stegosaurus? Yeah, that's the thing, is that there's a bunch of different kinds of Stegosaurian dinosaur. And they've all got different plates and different arrangements of spikes and stuff. If those plates evolved for thermoregulation, you wouldn't have so many different arrangements, different shapes, different sizes, and everything else. You would think they would just hit upon a certain design that works and just stick with it, and they don't do that. This is much more reminiscent of a group of animals with crazy display features. This is more like the different horns and antlers on different kinds of ungulates. Different kinds of antelope with different horns and stuff like that. Mostly for showing off. That makes a lot more sense to me than this having evolved for thermoregulation. Here's Kentrosaurus, or Chialingosaurus right here, excuse me. Those plates do not look like they evolved for thermoregulation. Stegosaurus itself is the stegosaur with the biggest plates. Stegosaurus is kind of a weirdo among the stegosaurs. It's got the biggest, craziest plates. it's not really a good model for the rest of the Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus is weird and special in and of itself. Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
The thing I love most about my work is bringing to life animals that you can't see in the wild. You can go on holiday and see elephants and rhinos and other amazing animals, but you can't see a Stegosaurus in the wild. So that's what I love, is taking these extinct creatures and bringing them to life. It's probably one of the most accurate reconstructions of Stegosaurus ever.
Stegosaurus is your favorite dinosaur? Very cool. We've got Stegosaur emotes here. Right there in the chat. That's my Stegosaurus reconstruction. Yeah. Anyway. And Kelmir says, I'd also imagine it'd be based on the environment, too, for their feather colors. Similar to how lions get their yellow tan to blend into the ground. Sort of. Mammals are not a good... some of you are caught behind the ad right now, and if you are, apologies. Well, if you are, you can't hear me, I guess. But, yeah. Mammals overall are not going to be a good analog for dinosaur color. Because mammals, in general, can't see in color. Most mammals are colorblind. Yeah, here, let's take a look at mammals of Arkansas right here. Most mammals are brown, or gray, or grayish brown, or blackish gray, or grayish black, or brownish black, or, you know. This is what you look like if you're an animal that can't see in color. There are some birds that are also, you know, brown or gray or whatever, but birds on the whole tend to be more colorful than mammals. And a big part of that is because mammals are mostly colorblind. Today, we live in a world where almost all of the big animals are really dull colors because they can't see in color themselves. The world of the dinosaurs would have been a lot more colorful than this. You know? The Mesozoic era, most of the really, really big animals on land, in fact, almost all of them were dinosaurs. And unlike mammals, dinosaurs had full color vision. We know this because birds today have excellent color vision. They can actually see more colors than we can as humans. We as humans are kind of weird in the mammal world. Primates, we re-evolved color vision somewhere along the line. But most mammals can't see in color. We can't see as many colors as birds can, because birds have tetrachromatic vision. They can actually see part way into the ultraviolet spectrum. So birds can see colors that we can't even imagine. Dinosaurs would have been the same way, because birds inherited their tetrachromatic color vision from their dinosaur ancestors. And also, crocodiles, who are the closest living relatives of dinosaurs that aren't birds. Crocodiles are kind of like cousins to the dinosaurs. Crocodiles also have tetrachromatic color vision. Crocodiles can see more colors than we can. So, we know that for crocodiles, we know that for birds. We can say we do know that for dinosaurs too. At least, we've got no reason to think that's not the case. It would be shocking if for some reason dinosaurs, Mesozoic non-avian dinosaurs, did not have color vision. That would mean that birds had to re-evolve it at some point, and that's not really a thing that happens. We as humans re-evolved color vision. Primates re-evolved color vision when our ancestors lost it, and ours is not as good as a result. That didn't happen for birds, which tells us that their dinosaur ancestors had full tetrachromatic vision. So yeah. And there you go, you could pick it. It probably is for fruit that primates re-evolved color vision there. Yes. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Holy Lipton says, Danny bashes mammals a lot. Well, here's the thing, is I'm trying to combat a strong bias toward mammals that we have as mammals. Here, let's do a little experiment. Go to Google Images, and let's search, animals poster. And let's see how many of those animals are mammals. Here we go. Oh, that's super small. No, stop it. Alright, abort. Let's do a different one. Actually, no, this is fine right here. Let's just look. Mammal, one bird. There's just one bird here. All the rest of these are mammals. Well, look at this. Mammal. Bird. Mammal. You get the idea, you know? We've got a turtle hiding there. That's a reptile. We've got a chicken and a turkey. Those are birds, which strictly speaking are a kind of reptile. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. So birds are reptiles. Got a chameleon and an alligator. But look at all of these mammals here. When people think of animals, they think of mammals, for the most part. You know? So yeah. It's... Even though mammals are not a huge portion of the animal species around today, they're a tiny portion, actually. They just happen to be most of the large animals on land. So anyway... Mammals are also just a branch that got really, really lucky. I think a lot of people also don't realize that dinosaurs and mammals evolved around the same time. For basically the entire age of the dinosaurs. Mammals were around. But they were tiny little... Oh, goodness. Google Images. Can you just give me a decent-sized image for once, please? It's not from Facebook. Facebook images don't embiggen. Oh, goodness. Let's just look at Hadrocodium. Yeah, here is a mammal from the age of the dinosaurs, in the early Jurassic period. Hadrocodium. That is to scale, with a paperclip right there. Our mammal ancestors evolved at about the same time that the dinosaurs did. And then for the entire age of the dinosaurs, there were no mammals that were larger than like a loaf of bread. The very most gargantuan mammal that we've ever found from the Mesozoic era, from like that 160 million year span, the very, very, very largest mammal ever found from the Mesozoic is about the size of a badger. Or maybe like a smallish dog, you know? Most of the mammals were really, really small like this. This is maybe not your typical sized Mesozoic mammal, but gives you a good sense for how small some of them were. Maybe most of them would have been maybe a little bit bigger than this, but small. You could hold them all in the palm of your hand, pretty much. That's how big mammals were. It took an asteroid the size of the city of San Francisco to change the situation. The dinosaurs, all of them, except for a few species of bird, got wiped out, along with like 3/4 of all other life on Earth. And a few mammals managed to make it through. Here's a good kind of illustration of that. So this is, it's not been published yet, but it gives you a pretty good approximation for how bad that extinction event was for these groups of animals. The percentage the numbers that you see here are the percent of numbers of species of those critters that went extinct when the asteroid hit. It's like 40% of freshwater fishes, 22% of turtle species, 20% of crocodilians, 22% of salamanders. 94% of the bird species died out. Birds almost got completely wiped out. Birds almost went completely extinct. Lizards and snakes, 92% of their species got wiped out. 90% of mammal species. We almost went extinct too. It's something like 10% of mammal species survived that extinction event. And of course, 100% of the non-avian dinosaurs died out. It was mostly the small, meek creatures. The ones that may have been, you might call them unimportant in their ecosystem. Those are the ones that survived. So yeah, that's the reason that we're here today. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. I don't know what that means, activated complex, huh? But anyway. Yeah. So I hope that makes sense. Anyway, I've been streaming for almost 5 3/4 hours today so far. It is about time for me to wrap this thing up, I think. So why don't we go ahead and do that? I'll be streaming again tomorrow at 2 p.m. California time. So please catch me then. But thank you so much for that huge raid. Thank you for all of the follows, everybody. And where's my other box? There we go. Make sure I turn that back on. And over here too. Let's turn that back on as well. We had so many follows that I just had to turn that off. Alshia, thank you for the follow, and thank you everybody else who followed. Holy cow. We're going to be talking about some more fossil news tomorrow. I'm going to be answering more of your questions, doing all kinds of good stuff. It's going to be a ton of fun. But for right now, let's wrap this thing up, shall we? There is a Deinonychus skull to run our credits over. And a huge thank you to everybody whose names are about to appear in our credits here. Appreciate you all very much. And hang on, why is this not working? Credit source, refresh cache. Let's try that. Let's see if that does it. There it goes, yes. Excellent. And let's find somebody to raid here. Who else is doing some science right now? We can pass some science love on to. You know what? Let's go say hello to Moohoodles. I would raid science streams, but we're going to be collaborating later this week. So yeah. So Moohoodles is talking astrobiology and space news, so let's go see what's up with her. We were on a panel at TwitchCon this past October, talking about science communication, and we do that here on Twitch. So she's doing some science communication of her own right now. We're going to go say hello. Thank you again to everybody whose names are cruising up right now. All the followers, the raiders, the subscribers, the cheerers, the moderators, the gifters, everybody. Thank you so much. None of this would be possible without your support. And it is such a privilege to be able to do this full time. It's, I can't even tell you. So until tomorrow, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Stay curious. We'll have some more paleontologizing tomorrow at 2 p.m. California time. Hope to see you there, everybody.